What's up, everybody? How's it going today? Hope you all are doing well. Big Soda Corey Barton in the house. How you doing today, my brother?
I'm doing good. Ready to get into the good word.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Me too, bro. Me too. Yeah, let's so unfortunately, no more open panels, invite only. I'm gonna have to watch chat, make sure, at least for a couple weeks or at least until the mods get in, that no one's like jumping in and spamming a bunch of stuff, you know. Hey, I appreciate it, Abe. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. It's all good, dude. But anyone who was here yesterday, they understand, unfortunately, it's got to be invite only. I wish I could have everybody come up. But, where we're at right now, I just can't do it. When it comes to like chill streams and stuff, I'm not that worried about it. But stuff like God and Country, I'm not letting anybody do that. Sorry. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It sucks that this is how it has to be, but this is how it is. So anyway, Corey, how you doing today, my brother?
I've been doing good. Enjoyed the day off and kind of been either scrolling X or hanging out with the kids.
I'm going to get up a... By the way, Inward, great to see you, my brother. Darth Matt Maximus, always good to see you, man. Abe Dinkus, thank you for stopping by, bro. Always appreciate your support. True Few, I know you were here quite a while ago, like 2.5 hours ago, but if you're in, thank you. Good to see you, man. Always appreciate you coming in. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up Daily Verse. This is where I get it, by the way. So I'll even pull up just a Google search. So I just type in Daily Verse into Google, and it's verseoftheday.com, man. Real simple. Anybody, instead of going out and buying some, I know this sounds bad, but instead of going out and buying some book that, is like a devotional or anything, you can get a verse of the day every day on Verse of the Day. It's good stuff. Doesn't cost a dime. It's a big one today, yeah?
Yeah.
Holy. All right. So, verse of the day today. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite. First take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye.
This is a good one.
Yeah. I mean, don't be a hypocrite, right?
Yeah.
We all do things that are bad. We all do things. And so when I was in the 12-step program, one of the little cliche things that people would say while I was in the 12-step program was, if you spot it, you got it, right? So aspects of character, and of course there's extreme examples, like I'm vehemently against people who are attracted to children, let's just say. And that's not something that I have myself, right? That is something that I detest because I've seen how it's affected people who I've known in the past. Mm-hmm. Or, I've known people who have, let's say, ended someone else's life, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I detest those people, not because I've done that myself, but because that kind of thing is detestable, okay? But in my past, I've seen people manipulate someone else, right? Or utilize a situation to their advantage. And I found that detestable when I, especially at the time, was the kind of person who would do that very thing for my own self-benefit, right? So that's what they mean by that, and that's why this verse right here, Matthew 7:3-5, that's why it hits so close to home for me, because I've been that person. I've been somebody who has judged someone else for things I've actively done, right? And for me, going through life, developing a relationship with God, getting in line with Christ, I don't necessarily see things as this sliding scale or weight or bar graph, right? I understand that we all have our iniquities. We all have, 100% Darth Matt based. Darth Matt says, this is one of the things I am always trying to remind myself. Don't be prideful. Clean your house first. Try and put yourself in other shoes. I try. And here's the thing, man. We can only do our best. So it's not like I don't still do stuff like this today. I'm not washed clean. I'm not some saint. I don't have this upstanding character that is unmatched. Okay. That's not the case, right? That's why, I like to say I'm an all right guy. And that's about it. I feel I can live with that. I have my flaws. I have my iniquities, but I also have strong suits about me. Love you too, Abe. Thank you, brother. Always appreciate you, my man. Thank you, dude. But I also have my strengths. And to me, that's one aspect of humility, So humility works two ways, right? In its general form, I would say it's having an accurate and honest self-appraisal of who you are, right? But there's two aspects to that self-appraisal. One is understanding your flaws and where you fall short in the glory of God. And the other is understanding where your strengths lie. So if you fall either way on either side of those categories, to me, it's not being humble. So people who just constantly bash themselves and constantly talk about how bad of a person they are and constantly degrade themselves without coming to any kind of understanding of what you have to offer, because everyone has something to offer. Genuinely believe that. You're still in ego. You're still separated from reality. You're still not humble, right? And then on the other hand, people who take too much pride in the things that they've done. Same here, Darth Matt. Exactly. See, I was under this false impression for a long time that if I focus on everything that's wrong with me, I will be humble. And I carry the cross myself because of how bad of a person I am, right? And that's not the case, at least for me, okay? The case for me is if I know where my strengths lie and I know where my weaknesses lie, and I can have an accurate self-appraisal of those two things, I can be humble at that point, right? I mean, that's fair too, right? But here's my only question for you, Dusty. Wouldn't that be an element of understanding one of your shortcomings? Because not understanding where your shortcomings are, wouldn't that be a shortcoming? But yes, absolutely. The second part of that, I completely agree with 100%. I've been wrong in the past and I will be wrong in the future, and you move forward in humility. 100% absolutely agree with that. I don't think anybody could ever even convince me otherwise. You know what I mean? So absolutely based though, bro. 100%. 100%. Yeah, for sure. Hey, by the way, dude, thanks for jumping in. Always appreciate seeing you in chat, dude. Thank you, man. Always. Darth Matt says, it's hard when you want to help someone who you see is making the same mistakes you did. Be truthful about your walk. Yeah. Well, see, so, and this is one thing I've learned, especially going through the recovery program, right? And getting off of dope. You can't force people to change things about themselves. All you can do is illustrate how those things harmed you. And if that isn't enough to make someone change, then you have to take. Hey, yeah, Dusty. Yeah, I probably got about 10 to 15 stamps when it comes to getting shipped to rehab. I've been off dope for about 7 years now. Well, it'll be 7 years in October. So like 3 months out, October 20th is when I quit doing dope. But yeah, it's it was very humbling, dude, because when just straight up when I was getting high, yeah, see, I was hard headed, dude. I was hard headed. Yeah, I had to jump in and out for about 5 years before I finally like got it. But yeah, Darth Matt, like, so the real unfortunate thing, like the thing that helped to get me sober coming into Birmingham was Heroin Anonymous. And the real hard thing is, you see people come in and they're on their last leg, right? And they come in and they really start to like change their life and things start working in their favor and everything. And then one day they're just fucking dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Dusty, if you ever want to have like a little one-on-one, I can show you my legal history. I feel you, dude, 100%. Yeah. I got dude, I got all the paperwork and everything, bro. Like, let me tell you, like I know you don't believe in God, but I'll tell you, man, like that this is like if things have happened to show me that God is real, it's the changes that happened in my life and the way that those changes affected outcomes in my life. It's insane, man. And not trying to convert you, right? Just so you understand where I'm coming from. That's all. Promise you, bro. But yeah, it's blame shifting and lack of admitting where I'm wrong is where I struggle. That's, dude, Darth Matt. I'm gonna send you something, bro. I'm gonna send you something on Discord. I think that would be really good. I really do. I think I think there might be something along those lines that could help you. It helped me, so I don't want to say it will help you. I'll say it could because it helped me, right? But yeah, so but that's the hardest thing about getting into the program and the 12 steps, man, is like coming in there, and like even at old Joe. You're wild, man. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for jumping in, dude.
You want to experience it before it slaps you in the face.
See, so it's crazy, right? And like I know people who do that. So for me, quite honestly, it does the exact opposite, right? So if anything, like over time, especially going through the 12-step program and developing a relationship with God, it's helped me really gain more self-awareness and kind of like come into contact with my anima, right? So like there's like I have a pug, dude. I love this dog. This dog is like half of my world, right? And I have no problem showing this dog affection online, Yeah, exactly. And dude, that's where I stand, right? So like, a big thing for me, the thing that brought me to Christ was not like one person came to me and said, "Hey, this is the answer. Don't know if you never heard of this before." It was a collection of people that I was very lucky to meet that, and yeah, dude, and 100%, 100%. And that's the good thing, like, not everything, and this may piss off some of the Christians in my audience, right? But like, not everything works for everybody, and you can't force someone to believe something that does not work for them ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's one of the good things about the 12 steps. One of the things I really cherish is the fact that it says in the book, right? It says in this is my first edition 12 step. It says in the book, this is nothing but a bunch of suggestions, right? We're not telling you what to do. We're just telling you what it did for us.
Mm-hmm.
That's, to me, that's one of the big things about it. So, some people may disagree about the way that I come across with this thing, right? And that's why, Corey, you've been around for a while. You know
Yeah.
how I am with this thing. I'm not a big person to tell people what they need to do with their life because that's really
Yeah.
none of my fucking business. What I believe in is telling people what it's done for my life, and that's it,
Hmm.
right? Like I for me, I feel like people interact with incentive much more than they do with force.
Yep.
Force will get people to do things disingenuously,
Hmm. But they won't
but
understand it, or it's like they'll do it. They just won't understand why it's good for them.
right. But incentive will get someone to at least entertain the idea, and
Hmm.
that's really what it comes down to me. You know what I mean? Because I know what kind of person I am and the way I live my life without God, without Christ today. And when someone doesn't have that, all I can tell them is if you're in a position that I was in, and when I say that, I mean misery, right? It's
Yeah.
solely misery. If someone is miserable, this is what I found. And that's it. What I say and what I do is not going to work for every other person,
Hmm.
but it works for me. So I can speak that out because that's the undeniable truth to everybody, right? The undeniable truth is this thing worked for me. Yeah, bro. Yeah, yeah. 100%. The undeniable truth is it worked for me, for me. And that's the only thing I can say that's objectively true, right? Like, so like whether or not I agree with the way someone else lives their life, I don't agree with the way I used to live mine.
I mean, there's some aspects that I don't agree with the way I live my life now.
Right,
So
exactly.
I'm doing the best to change that, but I mean, I have to be aware of that when I judge someone who lives their life a certain way. I also have to understand that I do the same thing.
Yeah, 100%. What's up, True Few? Welcome in, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Yeah, yeah, Dusty. Yeah, there's you'll find the 13 steppers in there, man, for sure. It's it's funny because what's up, Panchuchin? Welcome in, dude. Always good to see you, my man. Fucking newcomers. That's like in the 12-step rooms. Yeah, it's the 13th step is fucking newcomers. It's DJ and shit, but it is what it is, man. I'm I can't say that I have not been guilty of that in the past. Darth Matt Maximus, I'm learning to be honest with myself, knowing that only then I can truly help others effectively and with love. Exactly, brother. Exactly. Yeah, dude. Hold on. Let me send this shit to you real quick. I want to make sure you get this.
It's wild because with what Matt Max says, you have to trust everyone else to be honest with you, but you only know that you can be honest with yourself. Like everyone else, you have to give them that trust, but you can only know when that you will be honest with yourself. You kind of have to trust everyone else to be honest with you.
Oh wow, dude. Okay. Yeah, bro. Rocket, dude. Appreciate it, man. So a good buddy of mine was here for it, but he's got some other stuff to run on. So thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Love you, dude. Oh wow. Okay. Hold on. Vibe just hit me up, but here I'm gonna send him a link. I really like Vibe, man.
Oh
Vibe's
yeah, oh yeah. I
good.
also
Dude. Oh, go ahead, Corey.
I was just gonna say I also like John Smith too.
Yeah, John Smith's good people, man. If God wasn't a DJ, he wouldn't have made DJ and shit so appealing. Ah, see, so like, okay. So coming from a 12-stepper, right? Here's the way I look at that, and like I understand where that comes from 100% because all of the worst things feel the best. Absolutely. So coming from someone with the perception of God, it would be more of, God has these things in here to help us exercise discipline. So like here's a big thing for me, Dusty, right? So like my relationship with God, okay? And like look, straight up, I'm having a couple, okay? But I can't lie. I'm not going to be dishonest. I'm not going to like try and sweep these things under the rug. Like I said, I have my own iniquities. You know what I mean? But if God wasn't a DJ and wouldn't have made DJ and shit so appealing, that's very true, man. And that's why, like, to me, God puts those things like booze to help us exercise discipline.
I will also
Very,
say,
very simple.
not to, I guess, harp too much about it, but it could be the fact that it's so good and that it's degen could the reason why it could be that is because it's something God doesn't want you to do. So it's kind of like with your kids. Your kids like to do things that you tell them not to do, and the biggest reason, or one of the biggest reasons why, is because it's forbidden and they shouldn't do it, and so
Yeah,
it excites them even more to do it.
yeah, yeah. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, it's that like if I lived my life perfectly, I could judge everyone else for what they do. But I don't live my life perfectly, so I can judge myself,
Yep.
right? Because I'm the one that makes the decisions that I make. I'm the one that ultimately decides whether or not I do something that's worth judging, you know?
And plus, if you lived perfectly, where's the redeeming quality of doing better?
It's nothing.
Yep. It would just be, oh well, I just get to live my life and that's it.
Exactly.
I will say, with this Bible verse, Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I like a lot of his old school stuff. It seems like a lot of his new school stuff has come a little bit more political. But he's got this saying like, clean your room before you go out and clean the world, because you can find that the world will corrupt you, and
Yeah.
so you will just be cleaning things that you have no understanding of why you're cleaning them. But if you start with your room, you kind of have this foundation where you're like, okay, so I know my room's clean, then I can move to my house. Okay, my house is clean. But now that my house is clean, I can move out to my community. Well, my
Or your
community is
yard. Yeah.
clean,
Yeah.
or your
Yeah.
yard. And then it just keeps getting bigger. But when something chaotic comes and destroys something, you can always lean back to being like, okay, well, everything's not lost. My room's clean. My house may be a mess, so let me start with my house, and then I'll go back to the process of cleaning everything.
Right. Right. Yeah, dude, Dusty has a banger here, man. So he says, I think instead of immediately deeming something good or bad in a black and white fashion, it might behoove us to take a deeper, more adult, nuanced look at what we're desiring and how to address it. White knuckling out discipline based resistance is irresponsible. Too high a failure rate. I completely agree. 100%. Yeah. And like, the sober living that I went to, the guy who owns it, his name's Robbie Keeble. And this is not something that, is like supposed to be hidden or anything. The guy's like named in some fucking neurology journals and shit. So, what he came up with is this theory because he's very well educated. He's like very, very smart. So, what he developed was this thing called the broken brain theory. If you ever look up the broken brain lecture, he wrote that. Okay. So, what it essentially does is it breaks down like as I see. I love this, bro. Like we're all coming together, man. We're all coming together. It's great. I don't like pulling up like interpersonal stuff that comes from chat, but I fucking love seeing people like, hey, man, sorry about that, yada yada. I love that shit. Anyway, but what he essentially like broke it down to was people's what they call drug of choice, DOC, right? Their DOC typically depends on certain chemicals in the brain that have been deregulated beforehand. So, like, I know people who've done heroin and they didn't get addicted to it because they didn't like it.
Yeah.
But the same people will do something like meth or cocaine, and they'll do these things, and then they'll get like life-endingly addicted to it. And what he was saying was, so with heroin, it's typically endorphin and epinephrine that has a deregulation in the brain. With what's going on, Emmett? Good to see you, my man. Always pleasure. Thank you, man. Thank you for coming in, dude. If do you have me on Discord if you want to jump in while we have the open discussion? I'll go ahead and shoot you a link if you want, dude.
And tell him to keep his eyes out. I see he's got the mod badge.
Yeah. But so for opiates, it's endorphin and epinephrine. For cocaine, it's dopamine. For meth, it's norepinephrine. For people who have like weed dependencies, I wouldn't even call that necessarily an addiction. That's an opinion, but whatever.
I would challenge you on that.
Yeah, it's serotonin. Nicotine is another one, which I'm a dude, hopeless fucking nicotine addict here, bro. Like, I'm gonna die with one of these nicotine pouches in. I promise you. And that's not like a grave thing to say, dude. Like, nicotine doesn't harm my life. But and then the thing with alcohol is it kind of touches on all of them, So I'm not an alcoholic to the point where I drink every day. I haven't had a drink in like 3 days, right? But exactly. I do the pouches, but you get it, Dusty. You know what I mean? But so what ends up happening is, like, the chemicals are formed in the back part of your brain. I'm no fucking neuroscientist, okay? He explained it to me like I'm 5, right? But it goes from the back of your brain to your prefrontal cortex up here, and that's where all of the receptors that essentially make you feel these chemicals, which are what are felt as emotions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair, dude. I get it. See, most of my work I do from home, and I just picked up a bartending gig, so I'm gonna be bartending about 3 nights a week, and then the rest of the day I'm sitting here at my computer, fucking slinging trucks, But so as all of these chemicals move into your prefrontal cortex, and they don't attack the receptors, but they react on them, eventually they need more of that chemical, right? Yeah. So what he was saying is, people who do their DOC for the first time, a lot of times people will say this very common phrase: it was the best I've ever felt, or I wanted to feel this for the rest of my life. And that's because you went at one point from, this specific chemical going into your prefrontal cortex and reacting on your receptors, to it struggling to do that, and there being reuptake, which is where, like, instead of it passing through the synapse and going to the next neuron, what it does is it goes into the synapse, it reuptakes, right? So, like, that's what antidepressants, that's what the chemical does with those. So what it does is, like, SSRI, right? Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So what that does is essentially you have, 2 neurons, and the space in between them is the synapse. And one of them releases serotonin, and instead of it passing from this one to this one, it will reuptake. Yes, they are 100%. Absolutely. But it will reuptake back into the initial neuron and not pass all the way through. And if it doesn't pass all the way through, it doesn't process. Yes, they do. Yeah. See, I was on an SSNRI for a while there, desvenlafaxine, and it really helped me out. But so instead of it reuptaking, what it'll do is it'll force it through the synapse to the next neuron, and then as it goes through that process, it'll get into the receptors. The receptors will pick it up, and then you feel the emotion from that chemical. So if it reuptakes, you don't end up feeling that like normal people would, and eventually, when you do your DOC, which becomes the drug that is explicitly attached to that, like, neural chemical, this is coming from someone who doesn't know like the actual fucking doctor words for it, but instead of it being, like a regular flow, it's a flood. So it opens up. Yes. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
It seems
Yes.
like there's no like release element for them. Like there's no, I guess, because I, I agree. I think they're extremely addictive. It's just not the way that we would normally classify an addiction. Like there's no euphoric response the same way Dusty described it.
Right. No, that's dude, it's exactly that is like, dude, we are on the fucking same page with this, bro. And like, let me tell you, if you want to get somebody hooked on a drug for their entire life, get them hooked on it when they're a kid. And my fucking generation, we were guinea pigs to those motherfuckers,
Mhm.
dude. They prescribed, I don't want to say all of us, but a bunch of us on them things, dude. And now it's illegal to prescribe certain of those chemicals to kids, right? Like Wellbutrin. I was on Wellbutrin when I was in fucking elementary school, bro.
Yep.
You can't give that to children anymore.
Well, they literally experimented on y'all. Kind of
Yes,
like,
dude, we were guinea pigs.
yeah, they realized, oh, well, we can't give this to children now that we've given it to thousands of children or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of children. Like now we know, oh, we have to save this for, adults,
Yeah, yeah.
which is
Dust
supposed to be what
coming in
the
with the
FDA.
fucking home runs here, dude. I appreciate you in chat right now, bro. Thank you, man. Exactly, dude. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, hundred
yeah.
percent, 100%.
I've heard those are terrible.
Oh, dude, they're the worst. They're the worst. Like I know two people now. Like that doesn't seem like a lot, right? But when you consider like how many people one person knows, okay, so I know two people who there. It wasn't the drug itself because you can't actually like benzos themselves. Like when you take them, they can't kill you. It's the withdrawals can kill you. Like and they kill they kill a lot of folks, bro. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Yes, absolutely. Yep, yep. Benzos and alcohol. Luckily, I know this sounds crazy me saying this. I'm not like an alcoholic. You know what I mean? I'm
Uh,
not. I'm
he
I'm I'm,
says
I'm not
DT. What does
drinking
he
when I
mean?
wake up. I drink every few days. You know, I bet you did, bro. I bet you did. And like the saddest thing is when you're on detox for benzos, they
Oh,
have no other option but to give you benzos. Yeah. Yeah. They have no other option but to do that because the way your body reacts to it will literally end your life in some cases. It's the seizures, man. Like the seizures that you have can, like that's what ends up taking people out. It's really like and by the way,
okay.
this is all made legally in the United States and prescribed by doctors, okay? Just want to say, so like they put people on this shit and it ruins their fucking lives, okay? Like I'm from Pinellas County, Florida, okay? Florida was one of the last states to actually like try and hinder the mass prescription of opiates to people. I know this is supposed to be God and country, but this is just like this fact in and of itself really has like, this is where I fucking grew up, dude.
Yeah.
But I grew up. If you ever seen the OxyContin Express, go on YouTube. Or, I don't say go on YouTube. You're already on YouTube. But if you ever get a minute, look up the OxyContin Express. It's on YouTube. That is my fucking hometown, bro. That's my hometown. Yeah, because they were getting kickbacks, bro. They were getting kickbacks from the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah. But like the OxyContin Express takes place in St. Pete. Okay. People were flying down in droves, coming in on buses, on by plane, and they would go to Tampa Bay and they'd go all the way around Tampa Bay and they'd hit all 5 counties around it. They'd get a new prescription from each one, go to one pharmacy, get all of them filled, and then they'd go back home with a literally like thousands of dollars worth of street drugs that were prescribed to them by a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, and like I can remember, dude, going to elementary school. Oh, did you know shit, dude? Hey, dude, Clearwater Beach has the best sand. Okay, I'm from St. Pete, so like, there's like, down there, it's like, no, St. Pete Beach is better, not Clearwater. Dude, Clearwater Beach is way better than St. Pete.
I
You
think
got like
I've been to
Shepherd,
Clearwater.
huh?
I think I've been to Clearwater. When we went to Disneyland, that was one of the beaches we went to on one of the days that, or one of our last days.
Dude, Clearwater Beach, it has a sugar sand, bro. It's got the good sand. You know what I mean?
Mm.
St. Pete Beach, a lot of the sand they have over there was a poolside waitress at Hard Rock Tampa. No shit, dude. No shit. That's insane, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from St. Pete, dude. I'm a St. Pete boy, man. I grew up in St. Pete when it was not good, right? It's good now. They cleaned everything up. I grew up there in the 90s and the 2000s. You know what I mean? So that was before they did anything about like the Lincourt compounding facility up in Clearwater, you know? So in Clearwater, there was a massive generic pill manufacturing plant called the Lincourt compounding facility. Compounding is just like they would put the chemicals together to make the pill, and then they would mass produce it.
Mhm.
So the Lincourt compounding facility was the reason why there was like just a flood of generics all over the area. So like, not only were people flying down to get them prescribed, but they were also like out in the street like insane, dude. So doctor shoppers, what they would do back then is they would get what they call a sponsor. So it was like, a drug dealer who would go get someone who actually had like some pain problems, and they would take them to a county they hadn't been in yet. They would get them, they'd pay for them to get assessed. They'd pay for them to get, you know, get assessed, get the treatment, which was the prescription, and then they'd take them and pay for the prescription. They'd give them like a week's worth of pills, and then they would take, the other fucking like 240, 180 of them, and go sell them in the street, right? Like, it was chump change compared to what you make off of them, especially like in like the mid 20 teens. Okay, I don't know if this is like TOS or not, if I'm kind of going off the like. So we would call Dilaudid 8 milligrams, we'd call them D's or shovel heads, right? So those cost like $30 on the street if you didn't know someone or you weren't like tied in with somebody. You know what I mean? Like, when you think, they were prescribing those because they're very short acting opiates, they prescribe 240 of them to people because you take 4 a day, right? 4 to 8 a day for a month. They prescribe insane amounts. What's up, Mr. Fister? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you. But they just prescribe these things insane, dude. Like, crazy insane. They prescribe the fuck out of them. And so like, I could go in and give someone 10 pills and they wouldn't have to pay a dime. All they'd have to do is go through the, yeah, yep, 100%. Golf over the Atlantic, dude. I'm not a surfer. That's why. A lot of people, they'll say like the Atlantic side of Florida is better because there's actual swells and you can go out and surf and shit. I never surfed. I never learned how to surf. Knew a bunch of people that did. It was never my thing. So I liked going out to the beach so I could get fucked up on the sand in the sun. Like, that was my thing. Oh yeah, dude, oxymorphone, yes sir, bro. That was anyway. Sorry, my bad, dude. My junkie side's coming out. I apologize, bro. Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, Dusty, you're right, bro. Yeah. So I never got the actual like brand names. I always got the generic. But yes, I have, dude. Yeah, guys, it was always getting the. Yes, sir, 100%, bro. It was always getting the 10s, dude, because the 40s. By the time that I got into it, the 40s already had the anti-abuse in them. So, the 10s were you know what I mean? Sorry. Anyway, this is turning into some bad stuff. I apologize. My bad. When I look, here's where I stand with this. Okay, I just want to be very, very clear, right? I am not one of those people who is delusional to tell myself something like my worst day sober is better than my best day high, that is fucking crazy, right? Drugs are not addictive because they suck, okay? They're not addicting because they suck. They're addicting because they feel really, really, really good. That's why. That's why.
I mean, to be fair, if they sucked, we probably wouldn't have.
Drug addiction.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not deluded, but here's the thing, right? Like the reason I'm glad that I'm off that shit today is because I don't have, yes, 100% Darth Matt, exactly. I don't have that ball and chain strapped to my ankle anymore, right? Like I can deal with my issues. Like yeah, I drink, but I'm not drinking to the point where I'm shit-faced drunk every day and I can't carry a conversation. You know, like it's it's the kind of thing where I can wake up every day knowing that I don't immediately need to go buy something that won't attribute to my survival,
Mhm.
right? Food, water, shelter, I have all that. I can pay for it because I don't have a fucking debilitating drug habit, right?
You gotta go meet in a parking lot somewhere.
Yeah, or even just like spend time in a fucking flop, dude. Like that's the biggest thing to me, right? Like because you know I develop actual relationships and friendships today, and that's fucking huge for me, bro. That is one of the biggest things in my life today is the fact that the people that I meet, I can be genuine with them. There's
Mhm.
not always this thing in the back of my head that's looking for how I can take advantage of a situation,
Yep.
right? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what like to me what and you definitely know this, Dusty, because it seems like, and Mr. Fista, like it seems like we're on the same page with this, where like there'll even be times where you'll fail upwards for a little bit and it'll reinforce that, where it's like, oh, I'm good now. I'm good now.
Mhm.
Things are going well. Everything's going fine. You know, like, oh, I got myself in this, you know, month by month hotel room. Like shit's good, dude. Everything's fine, you know? Like that's and then you know the money stops coming in, or
Yep.
either you do everything or you get robbed, or you know whatever it may be, dude. You know, you get like a girlfriend that is willing to have dates with other people, and you know like it's like it seems like everything's working really really well for a while, dude, and then shit just ends, and then you end up back in the same position. Yeah, it's damn, dude. That's the part to me, right? I think like, you know, over the past like 6.5, 7-ish years, how like it's October 20th is when yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, no shit. Yeah. Well, see, they never kicked in my door, but yeah. Um they've we'll talk. We'll talk about that, bro. We'll talk about that, bro. Yes, exactly, Mr. Fista. Yeah, yeah. I've been off for 3 weeks. Everything's good. I'll be like, you know, what, like especially getting out of jail. Like after you have to kick in jail, if you can't find the dude, like if you don't have someone in your pod that can get stuff, or like they don't trust you or whatever. Especially, you know, for me, it's like I'd get into a pod and like I'm white, so none of the black people trust me with anything, and they
Yeah.
still get stuff and they're slinging stuff or whatever. It is what it is, right? That's just how it goes. Uh, but like, you know, you spend your week kicking, you know, like you're giving trays away for fucking like little rolly cigarettes or something. All right, Dusty, sounds good, bro. Yeah, yeah, we'll definitely go through this. We're gonna get back on God here in a second.
Well,
But
to be
thank you,
fair,
bro.
I think
Yeah,
it's a
hey,
good
I appreciate you
conversation.
coming in, bro, for sure, man. Thank you, man. For real. Always good to talk to you, my man. For
It,
sure.
it would be a good show, though.
Funny enough, dude. Yeah, yeah. And nothing, bro. Nothing. Yeah. Oh, Thank you, God, bro. Holy. All right.
For
So
real.
that whole conversation segues directly into this is why God is so great in my life today, bro. Let me just say, like, I am no longer chained to the cement. I am no longer in this position because of God. I'm in this position now. I can keep this roof over my head. I can develop good friendships. Money stays in the account. You know what I mean?
No, I feel you. I feel you. Like
Like,
I never went that like I never went to more the hardcore side, but that you may not share this, but yeah, I feel like I was addicted to weed for a while. It's kind of the social aspect of it. It's like being around a lot of people, and you know, it's almost like you begin to crave it. I mean, it wasn't quite as destructive, but it's like it's weird having, you know, this thought of, oh, everything's better if I just do this on top of it.
right. Yeah, no, 100%, dude. So, see, here's my thing, right? Like, I wish I got that same social element from weed.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, it's not for everybody because I've had some
yeah.
people. The paranoia side of it, it's hard to get around that. Some people it doesn't hit them the same, but some people it kills them.
See, so I don't know if it's necessarily weed, like, or paranoia, right? I know it's the weed that does this. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's the paranoia. So for me, when I smoke, I don't want to be around anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody. Everyone's fucking annoying. Everyone's killing my buzz. And like everything that I do when I'm around other people has like seven thoughts behind it where it's like, is what I'm doing like normal? They got to think I'm a weirdo or something, man. Like, that's yeah, fista fista, exactly, bro. And see, that's why things like booze and opiates work so fucking well for someone like me because all of that additional thought process is kicked, man.
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even exist anymore. I can completely be myself, right? Now I will say when you do too much opiates, there's not doing anything with anybody. Like if I'm around people, that's great, but I don't even notice they're there because, you know, I got my head between my knees and I'm, you know, burning the inside of my thigh with a cigarette. You know what I mean? Like it's so there's that. But yeah, but so I am not the kind of person. I don't even like try to compare what I don't try to compare like addictions or anything like that simply because I understand how they work on the brain. So like
Mhm.
after you get past the element of the physicality of an addiction where it's like your withdrawals and everything, once you get past that, it's all mental.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Wait,
And that's
I,
that's where the spiritual aspect comes in for me because the spirituality heals my brain, right? For me, it does. You know,
because I would argue that I think like weed, gambling, sex addiction, and I'd probably throw food addiction. It's more of a mental aspect of it. It's like you
yeah,
get this mental release, and it just it feels good, and then you get caught in the cycle of just constantly chasing the release.
yeah, yeah. Mista Fista. If I'm doing ice alone, it makes me want to be alone. If I got the devil's mix, you know what I mean? Speedballing essentially, right?
George
Then I
Floyd.
can be around other people. But if I'm doing ice alone, that's the kind of thing where like you know I'm gonna spend 6 hours in a bathroom doing the devil's work by myself the entire time. You know what I mean? Like on some real shit. You know, it's that is one drug. Like okay, opiates will turn me into an evil person when I don't have it. Yeah, yeah, bro, you get it. You understand, dude. Yeah, yeah. Yes, bro, exactly, Darth Matt. Yeah. See, opiates will turn me into a bad person that I don't want to be when I'm off of them. Because when I'm off of them, that's when I need more, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to do really vile shit. Ice, that's the kind of thing. That's the thing that will. I'm bad on and off of it, right? Fair. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I was like, Mr. Amazing, but like whenever I'm on them, I wasn't fiending, right? Like I had the thing held down. What's going on, Siva? Good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure, my man. Hey, Shiva. Today, man. All right. Hold on, Dusty. Hold on.
He
We're trying
had
to
to
get
come
with God
back and
today,
say
bro.
that.
We're trying to get with God today. We'll talk about that some other time, dude. Hey, I appreciate you though, Dusty. Thank you, brother. Thanks for coming by, dude. Hell yeah. Sorry, man. I had to. I had to acknowledge that one. Yeah, that was good shit. All right. Anyway, so Advaita Vedanta people. What's that?
I was gonna say that just sounds like a fancy group of people. It kind of sounds like it has either a Latin or Italian context to it. Oh, okay.
Hinduism. Okay.
And
Shiva, if you want up, I need a way to contact you. By the way, I've had like a group of trolls or just one really lifeless troll who's targeted my channel yesterday, bro. They corn bombed me twice in a row. By like cloning accounts. Like Corey, they cloned his fucking account yesterday to get me the second time. The first one, they had like a fake clip of someone who looked like they were cammed up, and I brought him up, and it was immediately like a fucking dick wanking video. And then the second one was Corey, and he did it in the second video, and then he tried to in the third one, but couldn't get it down. So if there's a way that I can reach out to you, or I can find you on like I can find you on Discord or something, you want to come up, I'd love to have you up, bro. I know, Mr. Fist, 100%.
for real.
Dude, seriously, somebody has to have. You got me on Discord, Shiva? Here, I'll put my Discord up. That's my Discord. I don't mind that being up, but I'm vetting anyone who messages me on Discord. Oh, you already got me. Cool, man. Right on, bro. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take that bad boy down. But yeah, dude. I know, Mr. Fister. That's crazy, man. Like I already have people who are like. My thing is, not only did they corn bomb the first two streams, but then they spent the third stream trying to convince me to go through all of my streams and find where I had leaked my MAC address, right? Which a MAC address, just from what, luckily I had Grumple in here, but I wasn't even worried about it because there's been nothing leaked on my stream, right? Like any of my videos, I've never had that issue, So what they were trying to do is just get me to go through all of the fucking problems to like find a stream, and then what's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
Hello.
But yeah. They wanted me to go essentially sift through all my videos and try to find where I leaked something, and Exactly. Yeah. So like I'm not even worried about it. And when they said that, I still like there's nothing that's been leaked on my stream at all, right? Um
And they were chatting in the chat, pretending to be other people and stuff like that, asking
yeah,
to be
bro.
modded.
Yeah, they were cloning this chick Lauren that was in chat, and luckily, like her first reaction was, "That is not me. Don't do anything they say," because they were trying to come up onto stream. Even got into the backstage with her name and everything, and her picture as an avatar.
That was wild.
See, I don't know nothing about that, man. I'm still small time, and that's fine with me. You know what I mean? I got nothing against that. Shiva, how you doing today, man? Always good to see you, bro.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, just like I say, spent a couple of hours chatting with some Advaita Vedantists who were a bit bonkers.
I gotta hear this, man. What kind of stuff do they believe?
They are idealists, so they think that everything is a manifestation of mind.
Ooh, okay. Kind of like the secret kind of people, where like if I think this thing, it's gonna happen.
No, that's magical thinking. So their view is that qualia are irreducible.
Okay. You forget, bro. I'm Florida trailer trash. You're using these words. You know what I mean? Qualia what now? Adversible?
Irreducible.
Irreducible.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So qualia being the kind of experiences of phenomena. So if I'm looking at a red book, that experience of redness is a qualia, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they represent the subjective, qualitative aspects of conscious experience that cannot be explained or broken down into simpler, non-phenomenal components. Well, that sounds deep, man. That's so. Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a polytheistic belief. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I mean, I think there are different schools of Hinduism, and I don't know a lot about the Hindu setup. So there might be some schools that view the deities as being more kind of symbolic or metaphorical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I live in Birmingham, Alabama, so every once in a while you'll hear pops outside. I don't know if my mic picks up on it, but
what is that? People being shot?
Yes. Well, or at least shot at. Yeah. Dude. Birmingham's crazy for a big city. It's pretty nuts, right? Like my thing is I'm not even in a bad part of Birmingham. I'm like right outside of the city, or like of this an area that used to be really good called 5 Points. It is not anymore. This is where like a bunch of drug dealers and homeless people live now. So it's been wild as of recently, especially in the summer. Once the winter comes, things kind of chill out, but during the summer there's a lot of stuff going on. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to derail the conversation. But
no, it's fine.
So what's the like the core of their belief in Advaita Vedanta?
That physicalism cannot account for the experiences that we have as conscious beings.
So sorry, I'm still trying to grasp like a.
So like there was one guy who appeared to be arguing that the entire physical universe is a manifestation of consciousness.
Okay, so we create what we see versus the things we see are created in our head. Does that make sense?
Yeah, although he appeared to be positing some sort of field of consciousness that we kind of participate in, a bit like If you imagine a kind of giant pool of water, then the pool of water would be the kind of field of consciousness, and individual whirlpools would be the kind of individual people's consciousness.
Could this loosely be described like the same with like simulation theory?
Well, I think it's the two views wouldn't be incompatible, but yeah, I wouldn't like to say that it is a type of simulation theory.
Yeah.
Like
I'll be right back, gentlemen. Give me just a second.
Okay.
Now, do they have a kind of I guess I'm trying to think of a good way to say this. Is that there's moral principles inside of it, right? That they want to follow, or
We didn't really get into that.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that their moral principles are going to be extremely similar to Buddhist moral principles or to Christian moral principles.
That's definitely the first time I've heard it, and I know what I'm asking you questions, and it was that the first time you heard it.
It's I've kind of come across Advaita philosophy before, but this is the first time that I've interacted. Like, it's the first time I've had an in-depth conversation with idealists, and it's the first time I've had a conversation with people who would class themselves as following the Advaita Vedanta.
Do you think they did a good job at explaining what they believed?
Yeah. I mean, if by good job you mean did they persuade me to follow their school of philosophy, then no. But
yeah, kind of like at least explaining like the groundwork, so you were able to, I guess, understand what they were saying and what they meant.
Yeah. And it was funny. It was, even though we were disagreeing, because I hold to a Buddhist view, so I have a different view to them. So we were kind of debating, but it was very non-confrontational, very different from debating Christians in my experience.
Oh yeah, and that's fair. Christians can be very combative with their beliefs.
Yeah. Weird that, because they should be turning the other fucking cheek, shouldn't they?
Well, we don't necessarily do that all the time.
I think it also is the fact that we're kind of there's a superior complex that hides beside it. So it's kind of like people in West, like with Western beliefs, kind of feel like their beliefs are superior.
Yeah. By the way, Adam Price, good to see you, my man. Always good to see you in chat. Thank you, bro. Sorry I didn't shout you out earlier. I apologize, dude. Darth Matt says, in New Jersey, we have what I call bridges of degradation. You cross the bridge, you go from your typical suburbia town into ghetto instantly. It's wild. Dude, in Birmingham, okay, so one of the richest zip codes, or let's say one of the highest income zip codes in the country, is Mountain Brook, and it's a 5-minute drive away from where I'm at. Now, they tore down about 2/3 of it, but one of the worst projects in Birmingham was the Southtown projects. And when I say worst projects, I mean like every other day there was a cop. There were police there, like investigating a pew-pewing, right? Like a killing, right? And that's a 3-minute drive from me. So less than 10 minutes, you could get from literally one of the highest income zip codes in America to one of the deadliest ghettos in the country. It's pretty crazy, bro.
I mean, it's like that here. Like we have downtown Greenville, which is probably one of the 3 most expensive areas in South Carolina. But like, if you're not careful, you will leave that downtown area, and then you'll find yourself on either side of the city going to a more dangerous area. And then same thing with Myrtle Beach. Like Myrtle Beach is huge, hugely tourist based, but then if you're not careful while you're driving, you'll wind up in an area that you may not want to be in. So it must be an American like city design thing that we have going on.
Sorry, my buddy's gonna borrow my headphones for a sec.
But I was just saying the same thing, lower class, that South Carolina is the same way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, and that exists all over the place, right? So, like, okay, for instance, this is where I'm from. Right? I have this up. Yeah. Okay. So this is where I'm from. I'm from this little peninsula that sticks off of Florida. So here's Tampa. Here's St. Pete. Okay. So this is Central Avenue right here, right under First Avenue North. Here's the battery. Here's my car keys. They're in the cup holder. Oh, you're good, bro. Appreciate it. Yep, right there, bro. Sorry, I should have brought that back to you. Yeah. Yeah, once UAB gave me that knee brace. Oh, my bad, guys. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. Sorry. So anyway, so the way St. Pete's set up, right, is this is like the suburban side of St. Pete. This is the ghetto side of St. Pete. You got like Childs Park, Melton Heights, Jordan Park. Roser Park's okay. That's closer to downtown. Melrose Mercy. You got Highland Oaks, Fruitland Heights, Cromwell. Okay, Melton Heights is over here. This is kind of where like the worst of it is, honestly. But once you get down to like here, it becomes like the richest part of the city. So you got like the Isles, you got Bayway, which is this entire area down here. They call it Bay Vista, but like everyone just knows it as Bayway. But these are all, you know, like multi fucking $1 million homes and shit, dude. Because they got these docks that go out in the water, you know. But the difference is like a few minutes. You know what I mean? So let's say Melton Heights. You take, what is that, 30th Street? You take 30th Street straight down. I guess you go to 31st, whatever. But you go to 31st Street. You take that down, and now you're at, you know, a public supermarket at Seville Square.
Mm-hmm.
You're in like a nice neighborhood down here. There's a neighborhood down here called the Pink Streets. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a little further down. Yeah. So like the streets are all pink. These are all like $1 million homes plus. It's fucking crazy, dude. Anyway. But yeah, it's like that all over the country, dude. Yeah, man, Pinellas County, dude. That's where I'm from, bro. 727, dude. 727. Why is my camera down?
Yeah, it says source select. Choose a source from the drop down on the left. And that's all it says in the little camera bubble. They,
All right. Anyway, though, sorry, guys. I got us distracted a little bit, but yeah, it's crazy how that's like. You know what it is? Due to property tax values, there's just a higher police presence in those areas. You know what I mean? And that's not like I'm not a liberal. You know, I'm just saying when you look at if like they run government like a business. So when you look at government from a business, you look at where is the target demographic and what's a government's income? Taxes. So if their income is higher in one area, police presence there is going to be higher because they want to protect their property taxes, right? That's what the goal is. That's how America operates. I don't agree with that. I think it's bullshit. I think it's terrible that, in a bad neighborhood someone can get killed and no one even like halfway investigates it because the houses are worth like, $50,000 in this market, right? But all that being said, an acceptance of the problem as it is very important to understand how things operate, right?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm so I gotta say, bro, and this may be a little misnomer. I am so glad that I don't watch porn on my computer.
A lot of people been caught.
Yeah, yeah.
I've heard a lot of instances where people, go to type something in on their Google bar and then bam.
Their search history comes up. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, it's
So you
pretty,
just watch
pretty
it on your
wild.
phone?
Come on, Shiva. I'm just kidding. No, I really, honestly, I don't watch porn as much as I used to. I used to a lot. It's one of the reasons I'm bald. I genuinely believe that. Unfortunately, that's a fact of life.
No,
And there's scientific data to back that up too.
he's got a little Muppet display that he watches.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So in my second bedroom, no, never mind. Sorry, I was gonna go on a whole fucking tirade. It's not true. Yeah.
You want to talk about a dangerous addiction? That's one of them.
Exactly. Yeah. Now Scott said for that reason you should go on that tirade. So only the government and your ISP gets to watch along. Yeah, based. Yeah. I mean, like I know the government does anything. My thing has Hustler VCRs from the 90s. Holy shit. Actually, the tapes are called VHSs, sir. The player is called a VCR.
Yeah, I'm
Unless
starting.
you were into Betamax.
What's that?
Betamax, it was the superior format.
Fair. I don't know what that is, actually.
I've heard about it, but I've never seen one.
No, well, that's because Sony lost the format war.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, VHS won out. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I've never heard of that, man. That's crazy. I had no idea. I don't know. Well, they all died in the end. Yeah, no shit. Now it's like online file sharing.
Yeah, even Blu-ray lost.
That's, to me, that's one of the biggest inequities of where our civilization and technology has brought us, to where we can broadcast sex all over the internet for free constantly. It's crazy, bro.
And guess who owns majority of those?
Like my thing is, right, like, okay, another adult can do whatever they want. Do I disagree with it? Yes. Do I think it's good for humanity? No. But my biggest gripe with it is the fact that children are on the internet constantly. And they can get exposed to this stuff whenever. And I'm one of those people that believes like childhood youth is sacred and children should not be exposed to these kinds of things. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe people disagree with me, whatever. But I just, Oh yeah, Darth Matt. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Hollywood Video and Blockbuster both had one, at least at one point, to my knowledge.
Wasn't
Maybe.
it like in a little back room? Like, didn't they have like little back rooms that you could go into?
Yeah. Well, so Mr. Fista, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. Unfortunately, I do think that the short-term detriment of that would be awful because you'd get a bunch of perverts who can't control their own internal desires who would act on them physically with other people. That's the like yes, it does. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same context as an addiction, right? Like it's an addictive thing. Um so like when, it, like I kind of touched on earlier, like especially when you're doing something like ice, it really anyway, sorry.
It's also one of those. I think to solve we would need a cultural solution instead of a government solution.
Absolutely.
I think it
100.
just going to create an underground like black market of like pornos.
Of course. Yeah. And that's all it would do. There's that story about how like when prohibition got passed in the United States, all the rum runners had a cheers because it was like like the bootleggers all were like this is perfect because now they can raise their prices because what they're selling is illegal, you know. It's the same thing in Birmingham or in Alabama cuz like in Alabama they just illegalized like all of the legal forms of weed. So like all of the cannabinoids that people have been buying offline and stuff. I am one of the people who is pro legalizing weed. I'm pro legalizing all of those things because people will say yes, it's a gateway, but at the same time, if you're getting it from a store, you're not going to be in the same place you'd be getting it as other drugs,
Mm-hmm.
right? And a lot of people they'll chase that, and people aren't smashing out windows of cars to get those things,
Yeah.
right? Like they're not checking door handles, they're not robbing people in the street to get their weed fix, right? Like
And it's a way to kind of because I guess if it becomes a black market, you don't know if the porn you're watching came from an assault or came from nefarious means.
yeah, yeah. And then it opens up like if it's all in a legal market, then it opens up the chance to stumble upon stuff that is truly vile, like involving
Mhm.
children and stuff. You know what I mean? So
But I agree. I think culturally we have to ban it. I just don't know the best way to go about that. I really don't.
exactly, Mr. Fista. That's where I stand on it, man. Like if someone wants to smoke it, that's and buttressing the point that I made earlier. You said it makes them lazy and unmotivated. If weed makes me lazy and unmotivated and I don't have any, I'm not going to have the motivation to go out and do some illegal stuff that's going to harm somebody else to get it.
And,
Right? Like I'm not going to
but
rob,
I guess
you know.
I will say with children that could really destroy their lives.
Weed?
Yeah. Okay, so if you start to build this like this element of procrastination and this like kind of laziness and stuff, that could then cause them to be like, well, instead of going and fulfilling college, I'll just sit around and smoke weed all the time, and it's like you can have this detriment effect of like, I guess stunting their I, I wouldn't say is stunting their growth in an aspect of like they're not going out and building uh, a key part of their life, like going to work, developing a work ethic, creating a company or putting themselves out there in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I get that. So like okay, here in Alabama, what they would do is before they put in like the absolute ban on a lot of different things, you couldn't buy it unless you were 21. So
Yep.
it was essentially right, like weed was legalized.
Hmm.
Now it's to this point where if you want to get any kind of flower or like, one of the vapes that people get, you can get the edible stuff. That's still legal here,
Yeah,
but it can't be Delta 9 THC. And you have to get, you have to go to a drug dealer to get anything else other
yeah.
than edibles, right?
Which also creates, because it's weird. Like the more black market element you have to it, the more likely it is to fall in the hands of children.
Right.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's like even it being legal, it can still fall in the hands of children. But if there's already a black market element, it won't, like there's no age verification. There's no kind of stopping it or stopping the underground market from reaching out to children and stuff like that. And that's a big market for them.
Yeah, it is.
And it's I really don't have answers because I haven't really sat down and thought about what would be the best way to prevent it falling in the hands of children.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing, right? Like, and just this is just from my perspective, is yeah. Then you got whippets,
Yep.
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's all legal. That's a good point too. But for me, a big thing was when I was in school, it was all legal. So even though it was illegal, it didn't stop me and my buddies from getting some before school
Nah.
or having some before school, and then going to school high, and then
Yeah.
smoking in the bathroom, in between like, third and second or second and third period. And like none of it made any difference, the real issue I feel, cause like I got addicted to opiates when I was 16, and I got addicted to opiates in high school because there were kids. Now, granted, like that problem hopefully has been curbed, but like there were kids that were coming into my school, and I knew one of them personally. His name was Jesse. I'm not going to say his last name, but
That's best.
yeah. But there was a kid in my school, and his mom was a doctor shopper, and he was essentially selling pills to the kids in the school at her behest. This is a vile bitch, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
She was like giving him the stuff to sell in school. I know because I was one of the customers, right? So,
Mhm.
it's one of those things where the legality of something doesn't necessarily change its accessibility. All it changes is the consequences you get from partaking in it. And that's like it's one of the really kind of like weird
Oh,
aspects of that whole like situation.
well, I was gonna say, my wife used to have she used to be real close friends with a girl from high school. She's no longer good friends with him, but the friend's mom would smoke meth with her daughter, and then it created this kind of relationship between them to where, it got really kind of insane because I mean, as a mother, you're now hindering your child in the same trap that you fell into.
Yeah. No, and 100%. Yeah. I mean, you like your relationship becomes less of a parent and a child, and more of a relationship between drug buddies.
Yep.
You know what I
And
mean?
then you know the elements of like because it's hard from what I hear, it's very hard to keep friends like when both friends are addicted to a certain substance and it starts to develop these weird problems that arises because of the drug.
Yeah, because dude, you're like they become a target for you to get more money to get more drugs,
And so
right?
both hinder their
Doesn't matter
relationship.
who it is.
Yep. And so now
But
you
yes,
have
Mr.
mothers and
Fista,
daughters beefing.
right, right. Mr. Fista, they did close them down for the most part in America. It wasn't until about like 2010, 2011 when they did that. And by that point, I was getting out of high school. So I was already like out. I turned 16 in 2009. So
What
I
are
basically
those?
caught the very end of the the pill mill craze, got addicted to it, and then they immediately like started slapping shit on them and made them really expensive. What's up, Tweaker? You got some bad news. Oh, here, I'll send it to you in Discord, bro. Well, let me find you. Sorry, bro. My bad.
Mr. Fister, what are the pill mills or pain mills?
So pill mills, what they were is it was a doctor's office that you could go to where a doctor was like specifically prescribing OxyContin or hydrocodone or oxymorphone or hydromorphone or any of the like morphine, and you'd go to them and they would prescribe you something, and then in the lobby they would have a pharmacy as well. So you would literally leave your appointment and then go directly to the pharmacy before you leave the building to get oh shit, over the counter codeine. That's crazy, bro. I was a truck driver, had a list of over 80 different unaffiliated pharmacies I would hit on rotation every month so their systems wouldn't flag me. Yeah, dude, that's how it worked in Florida. In Florida, the way it would work is that like they didn't have an inter-county database. So what people would do is like if you watch they call it the OxyContin Express, right? So what they would do is these people would fly down from like fucking New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, like all these different states up in the Northeast, and they would come to St. Pete, and they would go to a bunch of different pharmacies in each different county. Well, they'd go to one pharmacy in each different county, and then they'd go to one pharmacy and they would fill all the prescriptions, no questions asked. And then they'd get back on their plane with their bag full of prescriptions that have their name on it. So they're legally, like by law, they legally own those prescriptions, and then go back home and no one would ask any fucking questions. What's up, Tweaker? How you doing, bro?
I've been better.
What's the bad news, dude?
Duck's out.
No.
He for real backed out?
Not exactly. I'm the reason he's not debating anymore.
Why?
I've been on the phone with Cal for like the last hour and a half.
What happened?
She couldn't do him as a partner, and she was freaking out.
Really?
So I caved.
Wait,
I let her take Gibbs as her partner, so it's going to be me and Paige versus her and Gibbs tomorrow.
Wait, isn't Gibbs a fucking right winger?
He is, but they're good friends. So
Yeah, I know. So wait, why is Duck backing out?
he's not. She couldn't debate with him. She couldn't wrangle him. She's been trying to stream and get him to actually like focus and like prep and actually get ready for the debate. And every time that she goes into it with him, he's throwing her off. He can't stay. He's being Duck, man. What do you think it's like being his partner?
Fair, yeah.
I mean, I understand what she was going through. That's why I was empathizing way too fucking much. So I caved. I made sure that Paige was just going to respect whatever I wanted, and Paige said she didn't. She was fine with whatever I wanted to do. So, I gave her the out, so she didn't have to argue with Duck. I mean, to be fair, she was like, "Why would you want to take the easy win rather than giving me someone that can actually argue against you? Are you scared?" So she's smarter than she looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm disappointed, and I know people are going to be disappointed too because everybody wanted to go on that panel and wreck Duck, but Duck is over here wrecking himself. Like he was already trying to again, I had that picture from Inward where he was already trying to like circumvent, be like, oh, we don't even need them. Let's find two other people to debate. Like he was already being weird from the very beginning.
Wow. I'm not surprised.
And what do you mean have a 1v1 versus her? This was supposed to be me and Paige's duo. I did this to be with Paige, technically, to actually debate with her. And having Duck on there would have been was an added bonus. That's one of the reasons why I waited for him to respond. But the problem is I already know that no one's going to be able to argue with him and actually be able to be effective. And I don't think that if we said no and she said she didn't want to do it anymore, I think it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Well, see, so my thing is, here's like, you want to hear my opinion on this debate?
I
What
already
I
knew
would
that this was going to be bad, so go ahead.
as long as she kept talking, he's such a fucking cuck that like he would have just let her take the floor the entire time, because he doesn't have the manpower to tell a woman like, hey, I was trying to talk here, let me finish my point. He would just shut his mouth and let her talk.
I disagree because he likes to spurg out. I mean, and whenever I say something that I make an assertion that he thinks is I can't actually prove, right? He's gonna go and spurg out and do the duck thing, right? And she's not gonna be able to wrangle that. That's the point. So she's already kind of explained to me what's happening because she actually had two good debaters. I didn't question who they were, but two people she claims that are very good debaters try to come in and help them get prepped for the debate. That's what she made the claim she was doing, right? So she was basically told by multiple people that she needed to get back out of this debate or find a new partner. And so she was crying, bro. Like she was actually crying.
Dude, I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
I mean, I want to laugh, but I just sat there for an hour and a half with stuffy Mc period tits, um, bro.
Shiva, what do you think about this, man? You're a good debater.
I don't know any of the people that you're talking about.
Okay, fair. I'm surprised you don't know
Yeah.
Duck. He's jumped into VK a couple times and
Wait,
gotten
Shiva, you don't know Duck? I even know you, and I've only ever seen you once on VK.
I mean, I might have come across Duck.
He's got a weird, crazy look in his eyes. He's got like really scruffy face and hair, like curly all the way around. He spurgs out a lot. He seems like a very much a pseudo intellectual, talking about Machiavellian, and like he doesn't even know what he's saying. Right? He just says a bunch of random gibberish.
I mean, that could describe quite a lot of people.
Yeah,
Fucking hey, man, come on, dude.
That's me.
He's got a point though. He's got a point.
No, he does. He does. Well, you got to understand. I've been on TikTok debating for like the last 2 weeks. That's pretty much where I've been, like constantly. So I'm used to a completely different caliber of debater.
See, I haven't been on TikTok.
I was surprised, bro. I was so fucking. I didn't either until 3 weeks ago because what I started doing is I needed something to do when I was up at night before I got my new job. And so I started going on Paige's panel. She's obviously doesn't go by her real name there. She goes by a pseudonym so that people can't dox her again. But yeah, she does her panels at night, and I'm a mod there, so I'll go and I'll do the panels with her, and we'll wreck a whole bunch of people. And then during the day, I'll be in random people's panels, just destroying any point. I think for the last week and a half, I've pretty much mostly been arguing in favor for great cages.
What?
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, you don't understand. When you're ready to test someone's logic really fast, the best way to do it is to pick the most crazy stance you can and then have them come at you. Yeah. So I take the grape cages very seriously. It's been fun.
Why would you
But
need
I
to
haven't
keep
been
grapes
prepping for
in
this debate.
cages?
Good point. You know what? I can see the debate, sir. You've already won our first 1v1 together. Look at that. I'm sad.
So by the way, Shiva, base tweaker, he takes incredibly extreme positions that he doesn't actually believe in, and he will argue those things. It's not that he actually believes in it. It's just for the sake of the debate.
It's not even disingenuous either. It's not bad faith debating. I'll take the position and I'll hold the position until I win or lose. I don't just be like, oh, that's not what I actually believe in. Like, it doesn't matter. I play devil's advocate because I debated for so many years. It's very similar to, what's his name? Cleaner. Cleaner is very good at being able to pick any position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good way of sharpening your rhetorical skills.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, the way that I look at it is I'm actually debating because A, I like to argue, and B, I want to strengthen what I believe in, or I want to make sure that what I believe in is worth valuing. How can you do that unless you test it?
Shiva, on VK, because you were on the last one, yeah? So on VK, I was really upset because I got solo judged off instead of letting the chat decide. And the chat was like totally on my side with that last debate that we did. That was a devil's advocate position. Like, to me, happiness, like what we were arguing was, can happiness be a purpose in life? And
Oh,
I don't believe that, but I was arguing in the affirmative for that. And I feel like I made a really fucking solid argument for it. Essentially just coming down to, like, um, when you're doing something that drives you, especially through bad times, you're doing that specifically for the happiness that you get when it is over. And
who'd you lose
that
to?
goes, Abe and, well, so it was weird because the solo judge, they didn't choose one side; they chose one person from each side. So
I know how it works.
it was Abe and JS versus me and Effigy, and the solo judge
Who
came in.
won? Abe and who?
Abe and Effigy.
Okay, effigy. That makes sense. I mean,
But
and not that you're not
Effigy
a good
didn't really
debater.
make that
Effigy,
many arguments, though. That's the thing.
well,
He
it's
didn't really say much.
brother. I was about to finish and say that VK is a popularity contest more than it is a debate stream. So at the end of the day, I said it figures because Effigy is a character that they like to see up on that stage. It's nothing against you.
Well, no, what I'm saying though is, like, it wasn't a chat decide, because if you would have been in that chat, you would have seen how many people were like, actually, lower class is right here. You know what I mean? There were a bunch of people who were
No,
like,
I get
lower
it. That's
class
why I said
more
it's a
than
popularity contest. So the
yeah,
person who paid the solo judge was picking the person they liked more. They weren't
yeah. I
actually
know. I
picking
was
the
so
better
mad.
debater.
I
Dude,
was
you
so
think you're
mad,
mad?
bro. I was
You
like,
think you're mad? I won the first VK I ever attempted on it, and I got donated off. I got donated off, and then they bullshit gave Chris Lestrange the win over me just because I had a woman teammate, even though I actually won the fucking argument.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you two don't know any. I lost a 1v1 to who was it? It was Tariak and Wally, who doesn't go on VK anymore.
Terry
They
is a
won.
joke.
They won by chanting USA over and over and over again.
Oh my god! But see, that's why I say it's a popularity contest. I won every single debate that I did on VK until the second time that I was on it that night, and I'd been up for like 30 something hours. And the funny thing is I wasn't even really trying on the second one, and I was still winning. And they were like they were putting me up against everybody. They were paying money and having me go 1v1 against each person, and then they finally stopped forcing me to do 1v1s for a little bit. And then I ended up having to do a debate against Speakeasy and Chris Lestrange while I had Paige on my team. He specifically made sure he picked the position that he didn't believe in so he didn't have to team up with Paige. So I intentionally took a position I didn't agree with so that I would be on Paige's team. And they still voted against me. Barely. I only lost by like 1%.
That is the only time I ever lose on VK, is when I take a fucking devil's advocate position. I
Yeah,
always
the
get
only
the
time I
devil
lose.
mad.
The only time I lose is when I'm on team with a woman.
I mean, I don't know. There was one time I went on VK as a character called Colonel Potato, who is a potato, a retired colonel, and an extremely right-wing kind of Presbyterian Christian.
Okay.
And I basically just argued the most extreme Christian right-wing views that I could think of. I won quite a few 1v1s as Colonel Potato.
The lower
I
class,
want
I just
some
want to
good
kind of give you
1v1.
I want to give you an idea of why I'm on TikTok, because whenever I decide to actually start going live on YouTube and stuff, I've been doing TikTok casually and not even looking for people to follow me or anything or trying to promote myself in that way, because it does work differently on TikTok. But just by doing debates and arguing in panels, I've already reached 100.
See, I beat Speakeasy on VK,
Me too.
and then
My
immediately got
first day.
followed with Bricky. Yeah, you did. Yeah, and then I immediately got followed with Bricky, and Bricky like beat me somehow. I was like, how the fuck does that work? It's like, anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, if I lost to Bricky, that would be a little demoralizing.
But
I mean,
like,
I really wouldn't I wouldn't go on to VK with a view to winning it.
I didn't. Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't.
No,
but the funny, it was my first time. I didn't even think I was going to make it as far as I did, and I just kept winning every single debate.
see, my thing is, so what happened is I hurt my knee about a month and a half ago, and things just lined up in a really bad way for me. So like I needed the money is essentially what it was. So I was banking on like winning the money. Like this last time it was like whatever. I'm not that it was all right. Like I'm a good sport when I lose every time, so it's not a big deal, but it was just like, damn it, dude, like I needed the money. You know what I mean? It is what it
Well, I
is.
like even if I don't win money and do anything like that. See, I like debating for the reasons like I can outline now. Is that like last night was the very first time that Jessica actually got into a call with someone that I'm associated with in the debate space. It was a buddy of mine from TikTok, Genesis. We were running over some lines to help him out with one of his arguments, and then he told me about something, and my girl was like, "Oh, I don't even know what is abolitionism and how does it work." And then Genesis was like, I can tell you guys. And I was like, cool. So I got us in a call, and to come to find out, I might actually be an abolitionist. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like so me personally, right? And this is just my
Yeah.
own personal opinion. I always err towards the side, like when we're talking about like mid to late 1860s abolitionists, I
Yeah.
always err towards them just because of how fucking badass they were. Like abolitionists back then were some of the most badass motherfuckers on the planet. These guys were like going onto people's property, Robin Hood style, and getting a bunch of people who were held slave. And they were like, hey, come with us. We got you. And if anyone tried to do anything about it, they just fucking shoot them right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's, to me, like, those are the most badass people on the planet, right? And so, like, when people say, like, would you be for or against slavery if you lived back then? Like, most people could say no, because,
I'm
like,
for
it's kind
slavery
of,
and I live right now.
it's kind of a general, okay, well, it's kind of a
I'll argue
general,
for slavery.
and that's fine. It's kind of a general ideology that like slavery is bad, especially in today's world. But
Why is slavery bad? Bro,
in
I'm sorry.
today's
I'm sorry. I
world,
can't turn it off. If dude, I'm sorry. Don't engage.
no,
Don't
that's fine.
engage.
That's
You're
fine.
you're
That's fine. That's fine. We can get into it. Why is it bad in today's
bro,
world?
bro, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm gonna spurg out on you. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's fine. It's fine. All
I've
right.
no
All right.
I'm not in the headspace for it, bro. I've had one or two. Let's
After
let's
after
let's not.
we've after
Let's
we've
not.
done, after we've done this, can we all then start debating why it's good to abduct women and keep them prisoner for a month before raping them and forcing them to marry you?
Oh, why'd you say that word?
That's we definitely
Because we're
can.
not on
Yeah.
because we're not on TikTok.
So
Well,
you could
hey,
say that word here?
I will say, we got about 45 minutes left until the Bible study. So
Yeah, I
if
just don't know what the actual TOS words are. I thought that
if
was a TOS word.
if
Yeah, no,
that's
that
something,
is on TikTok. The problem is, Tweaker, is that stupid content creators have
funny enough,
basically ported the kind of TikTok way of doing things over onto YouTube. So now it's a thing on YouTube, but it's not against YouTube's terms of
Well,
service.
here's the thing. I do it so that I keep myself sharp so I don't get kicked off panels on TikTok. So it's not that I'm like trying to censor my language necessarily because of the sake of doing it here. It's more
yeah,
so of just keeping the practice. Like it's the same way of like I had to stop using the F word that I love using so much in a lot of daily use just so I didn't risk doing it when I was on a panel here.
I mean, I think I kind of resist it because I don't like the idea of us deforming our language to suit the
I
needs
agree.
of corporations that want to make more money.
I agree. But that's the thing. It's the reality is it's their house, their rules, and I know that's not a great defense, but it is the defense.
Yeah,
Mr. Fista, there's other reasons that align directly with that, and I will say, like, so just to comment on the comment here, there's a lot of people who are very left wing who have they have genuinely like good ideals, right? But yet they continue to vote for the Democrats, and not even to get like super political here, but let's just be very fucking clear, okay? The Democrats are not left wing. They are captured by corporate interest, and the corporations would happily keep entire races of people subject to government subsidization or benefits, right? Like welfare and food stamps and everything. They would totally have that happen so they don't have to pay livable wages while they import massive amounts of illegal immigrants into the country. And that's not even a fucking conspiracy theory. If you look at the data that they say shows racism and all that, which is very true. The data does show racism, right? But if you look at the data that shows that corporations don't pay taxes, therefore they're not subject to what the government has to pay for people who don't work and pay taxes, then the corporations are going to favor illegal immigration every single time. It's a very simple concept. It's really weird how like a lot of people don't like gather that. So when they advocate for illegal immigration and they advocate for, you know, ending institutional racism and they advocate for all these things, and then they vote for these people who literally like utilize illegal immigrants as slave labor, so they don't have to pay them the same amount of money they pay people who are citizens, simply because people who are not citizens are not subject to the rights that citizens are subject to. One of those rights being labor fucking rights. Okay. And those labor rights constitute that you are subject to a minimum wage, which if you're not a citizen, they can pay you $3 an hour cash, and you're going to make the same as if you were making $6 an hour, you know? Well, maybe not. All right. So let's say they'll pay you $5 an hour cash, when you're only going to get taxed if you're only going to bring home $5 an hour cash if you're paid minimum wage, right? Like that's just a very simple concept to understand. So they understand that if people are coming into the country in droves illegally, they're going to get jobs. These corporations, it's illegal for them to hire people who are not legal residents, so they can pay them whatever the fuck they want to pay them, which is under the federal minimum wage, because they're not a legal United States worker. So they can pay them way under the minimum wage, not have the employment tax applied to that, which they're still going to get taxed on the income, but they're not going to get double taxed, right? So they're not going to get taxed for the income that they make, even because like when you're paying an illegal immigrant, you're going to get taxed for the income you make, but that's it. Versus getting taxed for the income you make and for your employment tax of employing somebody, right? So you get double taxed there. So that's not going to happen. And then they're not responsible for paying for people that are going to be sitting at home and doing nothing, simply because of the tax loopholes that we have, to where massive corporations can write off any kind of loss. They can write off all of their overhead. They can donate money to nonprofits for people that are owned by people that actually work on the board of the corporation. And then donations that are given to the corporation are completely tax-free. So they've developed a system where massive corporations can continue to bring in money at the behest of people who are looking for a quote-unquote better life, while the entire time they're being utilized as wage slaves. And the people who actually live in the country, who are citizens in the country, are subject to, if they work, taxation to keep people who are able-bodied workers sucking money off of the government, because that's what your taxes primarily go to, I would argue. Other than that, like, you know, the military industrial complex. But then aside from that, the people who aren't working are completely sedentary and not getting a livable wage. And then you have people who bitch and complain about how the government isn't giving them enough money, when really they're completely captured by this concept of the government is sending me money, so I don't need to work. And if I start working, I'm not getting the money the government's sending me. Fuck you, tweaker. Okay. Look, it is what it is. Love you, brother.
Well, I'm also going to bounce because it's getting quite late here. It's like nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. So I should go to bed.
I forget it.
So thanks for having me. I'll see you guys later.
I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for
Enjoy the
stopping
rest of
in,
your
dude. All right,
day.
let's get back into the word, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say this is quite an interesting verse of the day.
All right, so thoughts on today's verse. Jesus reminds us in his Sermon on the Mount about a destructive sin that often afflicts his followers, trying to deflect our guilt by finding fault in others. Finding fault with someone is all too easy for most of us. Finding fault in ourselves is much trickier. Jesus reminds us that we must deal with the shortcomings and sins in our own lives before we start telling others how to live their life. Deflection, blame, and finding fault are destructive to our allegiance to the Lord and our desire to honor him. So let's confess our sins, James 5:16, which is, therefore confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you may be healed. The prayer of a righteous person is powerful and effective. And not find fault in others, Matthew 7:1-2, which is, do not judge, for you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Which means, if I look at somebody else and I say, you should not do this, you're a bad person, you're terrible. If I do that same thing that someone else does, people are going to look at me and go, you should not do this, you're a bad person, you're terrible. It's just equal balance.
Well, it's the same way. Think of it in the context of like belief. If you're going around saying you need to be a Christian, you need to do this, that, and the third, and then when you finally, meet your maker, and you have to explain to him, and he's going to judge you by that same
Right.
that same standard, and to him, you've already failed the standard.
Yeah, yeah, and it's the kind of thing where back in Egyptian times, what they'd say is when you die, your heart gets weighed on a scale with a feather. And it's like if your heart is heavy and you have a lot of things that you regret on, you're gonna be judged for that, right? It's the same kind of concept, but the difference is we're not judged on our sins after we die. We're judged on our sins while we live. And when we die, as long as we've given honest repentance and tried to do tried to live our lives in the best way possible while accepting Jesus as our Lord and Savior and doing our best to emulate him in all of our actions, that's what's going to bring us to the kingdom of heaven.
Yep.
Am I wrong there?
No.
What's up, brother? Welcome back in, dude.
What's up? I just wanted to say goodbyes. I was going to mention it to you so that you know. I have decided to become an inquirer, so these would be far and few between for me. As far as these go, and being able to be on them and discuss them and such. It'll be a while before I'm able to actually talk about them. You know what I mean?
What do you mean an inquirer? What does that mean?
Orthodoxy.
Oh, you're gonna go through catechesis. Oh, good for you,
Yes.
bro. Oh yeah.
Yes. So I'm starting that process already. I went to a liturgy today. So yeah, that was interesting, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. It felt right.
Good, dude. Good.
Yeah.
I went to Divine Liturgy a couple weeks ago, and it was not for me at the moment. So I'm
Yeah.
definitely
No, I
willing to
understand.
give it a
Yeah.
shot at a future time. But right now, I just don't know if it's something that I either will commit to or can. I just know I cannot commit to it right this second.
You know, I can understand. Like 50 of the people that are like following me on TikTok, for instance, they're Orthodox. Like most of the people that I interact with, as far as like on my side, are Orthodox. So it was very easy for me to feel at home after that. But as I wanted to say to you, you should consider creating a TikTok, a lower class TikTok, to try to join some panels and wreck some people. Because I'm gonna tell you, if you thought VK was fun, just imagine it not being about the voting, being about the money, and then just randomly having people constantly come up so you can wreck them.
Send me Jess's panel. I'll make a TikTok and start
Who's
going.
Jess?
Or not Jess. Sorry, Paige.
Well, hers isn't until usually after Andrew's done streaming, so she usually doesn't do one until 2 or 3 a.m. I follow a lot of other creators that have panels, and like basically what you would want to do is just add me on TikTok, and then I can send them to you when I'm in there. And I'm actually going to be starting my own panel soon. My buddy's got a couple prompts he's going to send me, so that way I have my own prompts, so that I can run my own panels too.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Yeah, send me some good
Hey,
stuff, man.
these guys are some strong debaters too. Like you got to understand, like the people that I have on my side, they're like Andrew disciples. They know every argument he's ever made inside and out. They know they know him like a playbook. It's like so obnoxious to debate against them. Like,
Yeah.
it's so obnoxious.
Yeah. Just send me whatever I need, bro.
Well, all you need to do is create a TikTok account and add me. I'm Base Tweaker on there. You can find me just by typing my name in there, and then you just add me. And then whenever I see like I'm on a panel, I can invite you. Whenever I know that you're not doing a live, so I'll cross reference YouTube and I'll get you your first one in. All you really need is just to put you have to be on your phone and you have to have your headset because you're gonna want to do it the right way. There's the only way you can go into lives and actually talk.
Wait, I have to be on my phone with a
Yeah,
headset?
see, unfortunately, TikTok in and of itself, when you're trying to go on a panel live, it only supported by the phone. You can watch the live on your computer, but now if you have a supercomputer and you're very good at BlueStacks and making it efficient and fast, you could use BlueStacks to download TikTok and do it that way. But my PC is either not good enough or I'm just too stupid to get it right. Because that's how Andrew does it. Andrew does it through his PC, but he uses BlueStacks.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but he probably
Yeah,
has a supercomputer.
I'll give it a shot, dude.
I would, man. It's a ton of fun, bro. I'm telling, and I'm saying the debates are way more intense over there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you'd like it a lot. You'd have a lot of fun, and it would be good. Maybe drive you some traffic. They like you, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, where are you at?" Because I've already got people right now wanting to watch my debate on Monday. I've got probably 15 to 20 people that are coming from TikTok that have never been on Tomato's channel that all want to watch me debate this.
Oh wow, dude, that's cool.
Yeah. So I got people over there that are already interested. They're friends of mine. They're not content creators. They're just there to argue with people because they love debate.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. That sounds great.
Yeah, I would too. Man. I'm going to actually pose it to a lot of people that I talk to on here, so that people see that there's more places for these kinds of conversations and more ways to have them than just sitting here on an arbitrary panel. Everyone's afraid of the mute button on TikTok, but it's funny because you can unmute yourself just as fast as you get muted.
Like on StreamYard, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. But it's like super stupid quick. Like it's actually ridiculous, man. But yeah, all right, man. You guys enjoy your God and country. Love you all. Hope you guys have a good day. Sorry about letting Kel get into my my shit and getting rid of Duck.
Hey,
And
by
Corey,
the way,
you're a
by the
bitch.
way, hey, by the way, dude, I talked to Mado, and she told me that I can stream snipe her that debate. So I'm gonna have it
Hell
live
yeah.
on this channel as well.
Hell yeah, dude. Nice. That's good. Yeah, I figured she would because she's usually pretty nice about that kind of thing.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna I asked.
Oh, absolutely. No, I get it. I said I figured she'd say yes, though. I figured she would.
Yeah. Word. All right, brother. Sounds good, man. Have a great night.
Enjoy your
All right,
night.
and word, you like to put dicks in your mouth. Bye.
Oh, fuck you. All right. Hey, that's a lot better than what that fucking piece of shit yesterday was doing on my channel. Holy, bro.
I'll be honest. I was a little skeptical when I seen Tweaker they let me back up to say my goodbyes. A hint of me was like, I would be careful with that because that kind of seemed the same way the other guy tried to enter the chat.
Well, here's the difference. So there's only been 3 people I've given the link to. That was you on X in our private Discord. That was Shiva in private on Discord, and that was Tweaker on private in Discord. I don't have the link posted in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So like that's why like this is an invite only panel. It sucks because I'd love to have people up to be able to talk about this kind of thing, but at the same time, it's like after what happened yesterday, I'm at least gonna have to give it, a few weeks or something.
Yeah.
Right? I love having open panels and having people come up and share their experience, but after Homeboy last night, it was like, well, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? So
No. I mean, it's kind of the bad apples ruin it for everybody.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
just to be safe with it, it's better to be extra precautious and throw it to
Yeah.
the.
So Dub, yesterday I had I don't know if it was multiple people or one person. Oh yeah. No, they got reported. They got reported by a couple folks. But what happened yesterday was one guy he went to jump up on panel. Yes, yeah. So he jumped up on panel or in the backstage, and it looked like he had. It was like an actual like someone sitting at their computer. So if someone's cammed up, I just brought him up, and immediately the second I brought him up, it was some picture of someone beating their dick. So I had to end that stream, and then I started a new stream, and I pulled the new stream up, and in the new stream they showed up as Corey he had the name Baby Bush, and it was the exact same way it was spelled. So capital B on the baby, and then lowercase b on the bush, with his same picture. And I brought that up. Immediately, some dude beating his dick. So I had to cancel that stream and then pull the next one up. And in the next one, he did the same thing where he tried to clone accounts. But luckily, he was cloning an account of someone that I knew. So I reached out to him on Discord, and he was like, "That's not me, bro." He was like, I cam up anyway. So you can do setting in StreamYard to just leave them in the background so no one can even see them. Interesting. Well, see, so I have I have this overlay, but the issue is like I haven't been like keeping people on, right? Or paying attention when I have this up. So I thought like, well, it's covered, so I'm not going to be able to see it. But now I know how to get around that. Bro, it is, isn't it? Like that's the best AI pug I've ever seen in my life, dude.
I'm gonna
And
be
it
honest,
looks,
I thought it was Charlie.
yeah, it looks like Charlie, doesn't he? He's a little skinnier than Charlie though. Charlie's a thick old boy, man. You know what I mean?
I just eat what you put down.
Yeah. That's a cool. It's a cool overlay. I like that one. But all right, so it seems pretty simple, but we all know it isn't. So, dear friend of Jesus, let's pray for the Holy Spirit's help to be gracious and forgiving towards others and humbly confess our faults to one another. My prayer, Father, please forgive me because I have sometimes been severe, harsh, and judgmental towards others. I am aware that there are issues in my own life that I need to address with the guidance of your Holy Spirit. I confess that there are routine sins that I often excuse in myself. Like this. Please, dear Lord, forgive my sins of deflecting my guilt by blaming others and finding fault in others. Please empower me to move beyond it and become more gracious and redemptive. Become a more gracious and redemptive disciple of Jesus. Amen. Based. Absolutely based. That right there is the way that I try to pray as much as I possibly can. Right? Like I do pray for outside circumstances sometimes, but primarily it's for I pray for guidance. I pray for the ability to be able to move through bad situations versus just asking God to change them for me. And the thing that really made that a difference, I know this may sound dumb, but it was a quote that I heard when I was way younger, man, when I was a little kid. My great granddad was a World War II veteran. And he passed away when I was like 9. And that was one thing that he would always say, because he was a Christian, but he didn't necessarily raise me. So I would always listen to what he had to say, but I was, never really like enticed by the concept of God. But it was something that he would say, I've always prayed to be stronger, so I never had to pray for an easier life. And that was a really empowering statement over the past like 7 years, right? Because there's been a lot of times in my life when I've wanted to pray for an easier life, and I just wanted situations to change and be easier for me. And that's not necessarily worked every time. But the thing that has worked every time is when I've asked God for guidance through bad situations. It's when I've asked God to give me strength,
Mhm.
to give me the honesty, the commitment, the responsibility, the things that I need internally to react to bad situations. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I could do this. Boom. Let someone up. They bring up a video of someone fucking spanking the monkey, and then I don't have to. The audience doesn't have to see that, and then I don't have to take the stream down. You know, that's a very good point. I appreciate that one, Dub. Thank you, man.
I was gonna say that is a good suggestion.
It is 100%. Thank you.
Because you can, like, each time someone new enters it, you can solely focus on you. Give it, I don't know, 60, 120 seconds, and then kind of feel out. Are they genuine? Are they talking? Like, what's going on?
See, in that dude's case, though, so they were spamming the M bomb in chat. Luckily, I had Scott here, dude, and Scott was he was fucking on it, bro. See, I'm not worried about that. See, I take pride in my bald ass head, and I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a good looking dude. So, you know, I don't mind people seeing me. Corey can be background commentary as far as I'm concerned. No, I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just playing.
Oh, yeah. And that's true, Darth Max. We got Jesus. We don't lose.
100%, bro. If God's with us, who can stand against us? You know what I'm saying? For show. Mr. Fista. Sorry, I'm just seeing that comment up here. I did. Maybe that's just not the church for me, that specific Orthodox church. But I didn't even stay for the whole thing, unfortunately. I'm willing to give other ones a shot because there are other churches around me. They're a little farther away, but I'm willing to give it a shot again. I know there's a Rocor church around here somewhere, but where's the closest Rocor? Simeon Orthodox. Yeah, that's close. Yeah, I'll give that one a shot. It's got the big bulbs up top. Go Catholic. You know, I have a couple friends that are in the Catholic Church. Yeah. Well, see, like that's the thing is, you know, like Mr. Fist, I've been looking into Orthodoxy recently, especially since, you know, it seems like there's a lot of folks that come into chat, especially when I do God and Country, that have like yourself, right? You guys have advocated for it, so I've looked into it a lot, and I definitely understand and seem to kind of fit in line with that more than other concepts. So that's why I'm like I'm completely open to give another church a shot. I just haven't yet. I don't understand why they don't like the filioque. What's the filioque? Refers to a clause added to the Nicene Creed by the Western Church, saying that the Holy Spirit proceeds from both the Father and the Son, rather than just the Father, as stated in the original Creed. This addition has been a major point of the contention between Eastern and Western Christian churches, contributing to the East-West schism. Okay. So was that one of the things that was brought on by the councils of Nicaea? This is the Nicene Creed. I'm interested, bro. I'm willing to give it a shot. You know, I'm not. If the Son doesn't go to the Father, how is the Spirit sent? That's fair. Filioque. Okay, filioque. Okay. So it proceeds from the Father and the Son. Orthodox Christian priests do preach and teach during their services. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm maybe I went on a bad day. I don't know. It was a Greek Orthodox church that they had there, so I'm not discounting Orthodoxy at all. Like,
Well,
if anything,
church.
yeah, I think I fall within those lines a lot more than I do any others. What time is it? Where are we at? We're at 2:10. 20 minutes till the Bible study, gentlemen. We're going to start reading through the Word. We're going to start reading through the Word. Go ahead and pull it up now. Bible.com, fantastic. Read the Bible online. They got all these different Bibles. If you want to read the King James, maybe they got it. You know, we've been doing out of the NASAB or NASB. That was nothing. There we go. That was a recommendation from. Oops, sorry, Bubba.
Was it Bob?
Go ahead.
Was it Bob that gave us that recommendation?
Yes, it was Vibe. Yeah. So today we're going to finish up Leviticus. We're on Leviticus 20, okay? And Leviticus has 27 chapters. So we're going from 20 to 27. Let's just wrap this up and get into Numbers, because from what people have told me, Numbers is definitely a grind, for sure. Protestantism is all over the place. Everything from snake handlers to Mormons. Yeah. I've heard that. So we should do 95 then, you're saying. NASAB or NASB 95. Okay, we can do 95. That's fine.
Because that's how Bob explained it. He said, it's. He said there's some that's thought for thought, and then he said there's some that's like word for word or like meaning for meaning. Instead of it being about the thought of it, it's actually about what it actually translated to.
Yeah, so that's I think what he was saying was that NASB is the best for like word for word, or no, it's concept, right? So like what they were saying and what they meant, that's what the NASB says. And then the King James Bible is much more like word for word.
Yeah. And then I think he was saying, what is it, NSB or the NRI was more of a thought for thought. Like it would take the thought of it, and then they would kind of paint you a picture, even if it wasn't word for word.
Ooh. All right. 1 second, boys.
Yeah, Matt Max, I'm the same way. I'm a big fan of the King James. And that's fair. That's fair. It's kind of like once you get it, it clicks. But if you're not careful and it doesn't click, then you don't quite understand what you're reading.
See, I like the King James. For me, I'm a trailer trash retard. So it's hard for me to follow along with it. You know what I mean?
Well,
I gotta have pictures and shit. You know what I'm saying?
well, to be fair, I mean, the ye old English is a bit much,
Yeah, you know?
especially based on our, American language.
Right.
I will say, I hope Trump makes the instead of. I wish Trump would change the English language to the American language. That'd be another W we could take.
It would. Very, very true. I wish Trump wasn't such a fucking
It's because he's a Yankee.
though.
Damn Yankee.
It sucks, man. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty upset about it.
I guess to be fair, though, it's kind of like he's the one that took us to the dance, so we kind of have to, we can't just go around picking new partners. He's the one that got us to the dance.
Yeah, yeah. Here we are, you know. It sucks, but it is what it is. Oh shit. Hold on. All right. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm ordering some food right now.
Okay.
Oh, and wait, who was that just donated? Thank you. I don't know who just donated, but thank you very much for the $20. That's fucking awesome, dude. Thank you very much. Did you post your... Just want to see if you posted your
About time you stopped running, Ashton. You've been hiding from me. I've been looking on everybody's stream, Ashton.
Oh, dude, Dusty, thank you very much, bro. I really appreciate that, man.
Shout out.
Thank you very much, dude. Thank you so much, bro. What a fucking legend. Thank you, my man. That means a lot, dude. Dusty, thank you, bro. Thank you so much, dude. 100%, bro. That's fantastic. What an absolute legend, dude. For a broke ass scrub like me, man, $20 goes a long fucking way, all right? I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you, guys. Look at that, dude. We're a quarter of the way, well, almost a quarter, but still, we're a quarter of the way to the goal, bro. We're a quarter of the way there, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's all because of y'all, bro. It's all because of y'all. Okay.
And we're gonna tell you it's all because of you.
That means so much, dude. Yeah, no, dude, $20 is fat. That's that's $1 is fat, dude. You know, I will say this, bro. Miggy has donated $1 every time he sees me online. Like, I don't even have to have my stream up, and he'll just see me like on VK or something, and he'll donate $1. Like, $1 is fucking clutch as far as I'm concerned, man. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a update for the last $1 that he sent me. Hold on. Sorry about that, Miggy. I don't even know if Miggy's here, but
Yeah, Doris is right. We need some grift emojis.
dude, yeah, we'll see. So I can't get any emojis until I get monetized, but we'll figure that out when we'll figure that one out when it comes. But guys, all donations are incredibly appreciated, dude. Seriously. Like it is like all of it means a lot. There is no small donation. Okay. I just want to make that very clear. Right. Like I make my own money. I do my own thing, but everything that comes in on this channel is incredibly appreciated. And I want that to be very clear. You know, it's always accepted, never expected. You know, I'm just glad you guys are here to watch the stream. The money that comes in for it is fucking fantastic. Yes, Ashton, I did. So what I had to do was I had to call them basically every single day to make sure that there was like possibly a reschedule or someone canceling or whatever. So what ended up happening, by the way, Ashton, always good to see you, brother. Thank you for stopping in, dude. But what I had to do was call them every day because, you know, I think I got it scheduled for the 30th of July on like the 15th. That's right, Emmett. Thank you, bro. Much appreciated, bro. But I had to call them every day because they scheduled it from like I called them on the 15th of June and the closest one they could schedule was the 30th of July. So I had to call them every single day to be like, hey, you know, I do work from home, but like I have an outside job and everything. So no. So essentially, like it was the 10th of July that I got my MRI. It was the day before I called them and I was like, hey, you know, just seeing if anyone's rescheduled or canceled. And apparently I called 5 minutes after someone had rescheduled. And so they went ahead and sent me or got me scheduled for the 10th. I went and got my MRI. So this is what they said happened. So the meniscus tear was not as bad as the guy thought it was. What they told me was I dislocated my patella, which is like your kneecap. I tore the ligament just underneath it. I had a small medial tear on the meniscus, but the biggest problem with it was I bruised the bone on the tibia that's like on the inside at the very top of the tibia. And he said that when your knee buckled, if it would have gone any worse than that, you would have broken a piece off of it. So I got incredibly lucky. I do not need surgery. I'm like up and I'm walking around consistently. You know, I'm not like hobbling around everywhere. I do have this brace. So this brace, this little piece of it right here holds the kneecap in place when I put the brace on. It's actually supposed to go like this because it's my left knee. But this will go on my left knee, and then this will hold the kneecap in place because when it dislocated outwards. So yeah, no, 100%, dude. They wanted to put me on like physical therapy and all sorts of shit, and I said, "Fuck that, dude. I got ankle weights." Like if
Put the dirt on it.
yeah. Now, granted, like I have good insurance, so you know, that was definitely like a fat benefit, right? But it covered everything basically. Like I didn't know a dollar, right? So you know, it's not free. I had to fucking pay for that shit. Okay, let me be very clear about that. But it was a lot. It was definitely a lot cheaper than, you know, like possibly over $100,000, bro. Let me tell you, if I had, because like now, the way Trump's doing stuff is if you owe hospital bills, it is going to be put on your credit, which that sucks. Okay, don't get me wrong, that fucking sucks. But at the same time,
Oh, I hate to change subjects, but Sarah's got a very good debate on tonight.
which one? What is it?
It's the big beautiful bill, and it's that looks like Misfit Patriot versus I don't know the other guy.
Fire. Oh, I'm definitely interested in watching this.
How long does she keep her streams up past the initial showing?
I don't know, but it doesn't start for another like hour or so. So if you want, dude, we can fucking burn through the rest of Leviticus and then we can ghetto raid Sarah.
I'm so down.
Dude, I'll tell you, Dub, bro, I watched that last night and like I would crash and burn with Fatty on my panel too. I was like, you know, at first he came out and he said kind of some like bass stuff, but then it just made me feel like it just made me feel like a dude that got hurt by a chick and saw some Andrew Tate videos and now he has this opinion.
Yeah.
Right? Like in his mind, this is what like how when he was talking about things, this is how the conversation sounded like it went. All women are bad because they're hoes and they're willing to throw that pussy and gather up bodies unless they're hot. And then when they're hot, they meet my standards, so they're completely fine. Like that's what it sounded like to me. And
I'm gonna be honest, it sounded like someone who's never been in an intimate relationship with a woman.
yeah.
It kind of seems like, well, the odd thing that he's doing is he's valuing women based on sexual satisfaction or like sexual need. And it's like you're kind of doing the same thing that your side of the aisle accuses Republicans of doing, or accusing right wing people of doing, or red pill people of doing. And it's kind of like you're doing the same thing because it, to me, I couldn't stand it. I tried to watch a good bit of it, but it just kind of got weird, toxic. It seemed very toxic in nature. And so
it was socialist red pill shit. It was the weirdest thing I have ever seen, bro. It was like, dude. And then like there was a guy in there who's actually married and he brought up some really good points where it's like, well, there's not necessarily like an enforcement mechanism in our marriage, but I'm going to go to her and I'm going to talk to her and be like, hey, like, this is my grievance and we're going to talk about it and we're going to come to some kind of compromise, which in my, like, I've never been married, but I've been in a healthy relationship before. And that's the kind of thing that like me and this chick would practice, right? Where it's like I would have a grievance, I'd bring it up. She would have a grievance, she would bring it up, and then we would like talk about it, and then like go, okay, so like I'll do this better if you do this better, right? Mm-hmm. And it was very like easy compromise kind of shit, right?
That's what a relationship is. It's kind of like it's two people coming to the agreement that hey, know me, there are things that we're not going to like about each other, and we navigate that. And so it's the same thing, like having a relationship with a friend is the same thing as having a relationship with a woman. If you're using Tinder, you don't have a relationship.
Hey Corey, it sounded like you're underwater again. You mind jumping down and jumping back up?
Yeah.
Darth Matt, it hasn't been on at all, bro. That's a good point. Just waiting for Corey to get back in, gents. That's all. Dusty, dude, I don't know if you're still listening, bro. Thank you so much, man. That really means a lot, bro. I really appreciate that. Look, I'm not monetized. I don't rely on YouTube for my income, but it is always incredibly appreciated. Every single penny that is donated to this channel is greatly appreciated, and you guys have no idea how much it helps. So I do want to say thank you very much. That's fucking huge. Thank you again, Dusty. Thank you again, Miggy. Like, you know, the dollars you give are incredibly. They are. I'm very grateful for them. Darth Matt. So what I need here, I can pull it up. I'll show you how far along I am with this whole thing, guys. All right. So for monetization. In 2 months, dude, by the way, just want to say, in 2 months, and this is all because of y'all, bro. Straight up. This is all because of you guys. So the bar at the top and the third bar down, when those two fill up, I have achieved monetization, Darth Matt. So I need 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. I need to get all of those within a 1-year period. And so I am past the 30% or like 33% mark within 2 months. And like, that is so fucking huge, guys. Like, it is so greatly appreciated. Like I just, special shout outs. I want to thank Corey. You're in here every single day, bro. You're in here every day. Thank you very much. I want to thank Bass Tweaker for being a big part of the channel. I know he just got a job, but he's a big part of the channel. I want to thank Darth Matt, dude. Yeah. You've been in chat every single day. Ashton, you've been in chat every single day. Mr. Fista, every single day. Dub, you've been around for a while, dude. You come by and show love. I do appreciate it, my man. Who else we got? Achilles. He's not here right now. He's good. Emmett, dude, thank you for being part of the channel. You come up on stream. You bullshit with us. Always appreciated. Who else do we got, dude?
Adam Price.
Adam Price, dude, you've been in here every single day chatting with us, bro. It's like, you guys don't understand. The progress this channel has made is because of y'all. I want to make that very clear, okay? Like, you guys, yeah, but Emmett, you come up on panel, you bullshit with us, you give it content. Like, the reason the channel is doing this well is because of y'all, okay? The best lefty debate you did, yeah, because no real lefties come up here and want to argue, man. It's crazy, dude. I wish more would, bro. Like Calvin, dude. Okay, Calvin College, right? So, or Collage. I don't know exactly how he wants to pronounce it.
Coolidge. It's the president or the former president or the.
Well, yeah,
president,
but the way he spells it is Collage, not Coolag.
Okay. I thought he spelled it the same way. That's okay.
Thank you, CT Den. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, 100%, bro. Yeah, I mean, I try, right? Like, I'm not a perfect, I'm not a perfect guy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a dude, right? You know what I mean? I'm just a dude. That's it. And like, I just really, I really appreciate, like, you know, I don't know, bro. I'll be honest. When I started this channel, I didn't start it with any expectations, but I can tell you, like, I really would have never expected this, dude. Like, I've gained true friendships out of this, man. You know, I've gained like base, dude. Yes, absolutely. Praise God, bro. Praise God, dude. Absolutely wonderful, bro. So, Adam, Duck has been on channel before, and every time that he's jumped up on channel, he's run. He gets all fucking flustered and then rage quits on me. And I'm the kind of person where, like, I'm totally cool with having people who are left wing up. I want them up. I want to engage in conversation, right? Like, if they're going to start, like, really going heavy with, like, personal attacks and shit, I'm going to cut it down. But, you know, like, I would much rather an honest, genuine, constructive conversation happen on my channel than, you know, two people just going bah, 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 back and forth at each other. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, right? Oh, my bad, ZT10. I'm sorry. Oh. Sorry about that. Well, hey, either way, I appreciate you all the more. You know, like, thank you.
How dare you?
I'm not simping. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But thank you, ZT Den. Always appreciated. Thank you. You know. But it's chat. It's y'all, right? Like, you are the ones who make this channel. You make it for me, right? It's my channel. I get that. Okay, I'm not gonna go around that. But y'all make this channel. Okay, I just want to let you guys know that. Like this channel is a blessing to me because it brings me in connection with y'all. You know. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just as much y'all's channel as it is mine, right? God's great. He's the one who holds the final judgment. I just want to take a moment to say thank you, lower class, for helping and sharing my channel and allowing me to learn more and become a better person and better person of the glory of God. Dude, same, bro. Thank you for being around so I can better myself. Based. Absolutely, dude. That runs two fucking ways, bro. Just want to make that clear. All right? I know I'm sitting here cussing and reading through, like I had the word up earlier, but you just want to be very, very sure. But no, ZT Den, thank you. I always appreciate it. I'm not a red pillar, so you're not gonna get any like quiet woman kind of bullshit from me. I appreciate everyone that comes into chat, you know. So thank you very much. Yeah, 100%. I get that. Hey, Duff, that's a good comment, dude. Yeah, bro, the world's healing, dude. Absolutely. What's up, K2? Welcome in, brother. Always good to see you, my man. Good seeing you. 100%. All right, let's get back into the word, boys. Sorry, I got a little carried away, getting a little fucking mushy with you. You know what I mean? I love you guys, man. You guys make this channel, dude. It's fantastic. God's good, bro. Praise God.
Big old softy.
Hey, dude, look. I would much rather be a big old softy than be completely cut off from everyone, be cut off from God, be miserable because I'm trying not to be.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Because I have the capability to be a vicious motherfucker, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. That's not my natural instinct anymore. You know what I mean? I don't need to do that. God has shown me a good way. Jesus showed me how to approach life in a soft fashion.
Yep.
If I have to do something, I will. But I hope that never happens, right?
But it's better to be in a group of the meek. So better to have the ability to handle yourself and not need to use it than not know how to handle yourself and be lost.
Exactly, dude. Like, yeah, bro. Like, okay, look, straight up. I've had a tough past, right? I've had a tough past, okay? I don't need to throw that around onto other people. I don't, like, really, if anything, like, all that's done is given me a reason to be the way that I am today, in my perspective. You know what I mean? Because I see how, like, being that way, I love that quote, Mr. Vista. That's a good one, man. You know, but being that way, it never helped me build anything. Not once in my life. Having to keep the walls up and pretend that I'm like this fucking hard, bad motherfucker, right? That never helped me. That never did anything for me. You know? Maybe when I was in high school, when I was an edgy teenager, okay. Like, I can grant that, right? but like today, it doesn't do anything. Bro, I'm 32. Okay.
Damn.
The two things that I want out of my life right now is a family and real friends. Because I know what it feels like to be completely fucking alone. Okay? Not in the emo sense of no one understands me, but like downtown in an alleyway because I think that someone might not stumble across me tonight. Someone might not take my shit while I'm sleeping tonight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, those are the two things that I want out of life. Like, good. Monetary security. Okay, let's call it 3. Monetary security is the third one. Okay? Because, like, I work for myself and, you know, I'm not guaranteed any kind of income with the kind of work that I do. You know, it's really a fucking, like, it's crapshoot, you know? Like, when you go out on your own and you try to build your own thing, that's the one thing I've learned about business, and it's been something good that God's taught me, right? So when you go out on your own and you do your own thing, it's a risk because there's always the chance that you're not going to make anything. Like, there's no I don't get hourly pay for sitting here at my computer in the mornings and slinging freight. I don't. So if I don't move anything, I don't make any money, right? Yeah. That's the bottom line. And then I also have to fucking file taxes at the end of the year and pay all that shit. So, you know, I get my receipts and, like, bro, you want to see some crazy shit? Hold on. Here, I'll show you. All right. So this is my fucking battle station, my work desk. I save literally all of my receipts from everything that I do pertaining to work. Everything. Every single thing. I know it's all like, so when you go to a tax expert, they can go into your bank account and find, okay, what was this? 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 For me, I go to an accountant because they can go through everything and they can go, okay, so you can get this much, right? So like with any kind of meals that pertain to business, you can write half of that off. Okay. So, you know, over a year's time, you can accrue a pretty fat amount, especially when you're sitting down with people for lunch and you're going, okay, so like, you know, what direction are we going today? What are we doing today? Right? Those are things that you can write off on your taxes. It's you know, it's something important to learn, especially when you do something that I do, because, like, you know, my paychecks aren't like W-2, bro. It's, you know, it's checks, right? So like my checks go to my LLC pays me, and I pay myself on a 1099. So like the business itself has to pay taxes on all the money that comes in, and then the money that comes to me, I can write that off from the business while also paying taxes on that at the same time. I have to, it's a whole thing. So just financial security is so vitally important to me today, right? And anyone who owns their own business knows what all goes into this kind of thing. But like, look at this stack of receipts, bro. Like, this is the kind of thing. This is, you know, not just, look at that. You know what I mean? I keep them all, bro. I keep them all. I'm not like a successful businessman or anything either. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to LARP as one right now, bro. Like, this is just how it works when you get out on your own. You know what I mean? It's a gamble, dude. You never know, dude. Like, sometimes something can work out. I know people where shit, dude, they started their own business, especially like in freight, okay? They started their own business. They had a good customer base, and they started hiring people who had their own book of business, and they bring a bunch of people in, and they're able to pay themselves $600,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
A year, okay? Like, paid to them from their business, and their business still makes profit, and like, because they incorporated and did all the things that they needed to do, right? I'm trying to work towards that. I'm doing my best for it. That's the goal, gentlemen. The goal is to be completely self-sustainable. I will never have to look another man in the eyes and say, thank you for giving me a job.
Yep.
That's what my goal is in life, right? Like, that's my purpose financially. My purpose spiritually is God and Jesus. And my purpose socially is God and Jesus, right? God is going to do these things on their own, or on his own, okay? Whenever these things happen, they happen. If they never happen, guess what? They never happen. It wasn't in the cards.
Yep.
That's just how the fuck it goes, guys. Okay? That's where I'm at with it. I'm still willing to put 150% into everything that I do every single day because I want this. That's where my heart is driven. Okay? I understand everything that goes into this. I understand the liability. I understand all of the extra steps it's going to take to do something like this. That's why I'm willing to fucking do it. Because I get it. Exactly, Darth Matt. Exactly. If it's not in the cards, it's not in the cards. I'm still blessed, bro.
And the question is, can you still trust God even though it's not in the cards? And that's an ultimate challenge for a lot of people.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. You know why? Because even if it's not in the cards for me, God put me in the position to where I can fucking risk it. Okay? Yeah. That's the big thing for me. I've never been in a position where I could risk everything. Put literally every fucking thing on the line so I can make something work, and I don't know if it's going to. Call me a gambling addict, whatever, right? But God put me in the position that I'm in today, and I'm able to do this only because God did that, right? I mean, if you want to learn what I do, Ashton, do you have Discord? I can show you. It's stressful. So here's the thing with logistics, right? And I'll just give you the big gripe, okay? So you don't have any control over what happens. You don't have any control. The second that you give somebody... Where's your Discord, bro? Send me a DM on Discord real quick. But so with logistics, the second that you relinquish a load or a shipment, right? But it's we call them loads, right? The second you relinquish a load to a carrier, all of your hope and the entire outcome of that is entirely in their hands. So all you can do is fucking bug them for updates. That's all you can do. Because the shipment of the cargo has been loaded onto their truck and they are taking it from A to B. You have no control over what they do. All you can really do, straight up, is threaten them, right? If you don't make it on time, I'm going to dock your pay. And depending on, like, if you're a solo brokerage, okay, you can do that at the risk of a lawsuit. But if you're for a brokerage that isn't willing to take that risk, which, like, I don't have my own brokerage, I'm an independent agent, right? So my split is a 60-40 split on the margin, which the margin is how much the customer gives me, how much I pay the truck, the difference between those two, right? And the rates, they change constantly. So, like, sometimes, dude, I've made $4,000 in a week, and then I've also gone, a month and made a grand, right? Like, it's that it varies so widely. It's one of those things that, like, that's why I try to make it very clear. Like, I'm not a rich guy. I don't make a lot of money. I bust my ass for every single thing that I get, and I pull everything out of the mud. Scott Hot Vet, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you, man. Always good to see you in chat. Thanks for showing up today, bro.
Ready to get into it?
Yeah, sorry, bro. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. I went on a little rant there, but I had to, man. You know, I'm just a normal dude trying to make my way. If I make it good in business, fantastic. That's amazing. If not, I'm just grateful that I got brought from a homeless piece of shit junkie that ruined my relationship with my family and did everything that I did. God put me in a position to where I can take that risk today.
Yep.
He put me in a position where I can fucking sustain myself. Right? Anyway, sorry. I'll stop.
He's got you better than you were before, and that's all you can ask for.
Praise God, bro. God is on top. It's everything. Every relationship I will ever have, you know who's going to be the pinnacle of it? God. Okay. Yep. Anyway, all right. Let's get into it, boys. Let's get into it. We're going in Leviticus 20. All right, on human sacrifice and immoralities. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "You shall also say to the sons of Israel, any man from the sons of Israel or from the aliens sojourning in Israel, who gives any of his offspring to Molech, shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones." This is very clear. Very clear. People who are offering their offspring to the God of sacrifice shall be put to death. I will also set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given some of his offspring to Molech, so as to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. If the people of the land, however, should ever disregard that man when he gives any of his offspring to Molech, so as not to put him to death, then I myself will set my face against that man and against his family, and I will cut off from among their people both him and all those who play the harlot after him by playing the harlot after Molech. As for the person who turns to mediums and to spiritists to play the harlot after them, I will also set my face against that person and will cut him off from among his people. You shall consecrate yourselves, therefore, and be holy, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my statutes and practice them. I am the Lord who sanctifies you. If there is anyone who curses his father or his mother, he shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his mother or his father. His blood guiltiness is upon him. If there is a man who commits adultery with another man's wife, one who commits adultery with his friend's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If there is a man who lies with his father's wife, he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. So remember, when Noah was found in his tent naked, he cursed. Who was it?
His oldest and I think second oldest son.
Who was the father of Canaan? Can anyone tell? I can't remember.
The father of Canaan's Abel, or not? The father of Canaan's Adam and Eve, right?
No. Adam and Eve gave birth to everybody.
Cain and Abel. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Noah was saved with his family, and then Noah gave birth to more children. I can't remember. Let's hold on, just to be very clear.
I was mixing Cain with Canaan. Ham.
Ham was the father of Canaan. Ham is the one that found Noah naked, and Noah cursed him and his offspring to be slaves because of how, at the time, how unrighteous that was to discover your father's nakedness.
Well, I think is it also that he went and showed someone else?
No, so remember, he went and got his brothers, and they both looked away while they covered up their father, right? So he walked in and saw his father naked, and then went and told his brothers, and his brothers went in, and they looked away while they covered him with the blanket.
Yeah.
And Noah woke up and was like, I curse you and your children, to slavery, and that's what essentially ended up in Canaan. If there is a man who lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have committed incest. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there is a man who lies with a male as those who lie with a woman, both of them have committed a detestable act. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood guiltiness is upon them.
Base.
If there, right, yeah. If there is a man who marries a woman and her mother, it is immorality. Both he and they shall be burned with fire, so there will be no immorality in your midst. If there is a man who lies with an animal, he shall surely be put to death. You shall also kill the animal. Based. 100%. Tells you a lot about Islam, okay? If there is a woman who approaches any animal to mate with it, you shall kill the woman and the animal. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood guiltiness is upon them. If there's a man who takes his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, so that he sees her nakedness and she sees his nakedness, it is a disgrace, and they shall be cut off from the sight of the sons of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he bears his guilt. If there is a man who lies with a menstruous woman and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow, and she has exposed the flow of her blood. Thus both of them shall be cut off from their people. Well, all right, I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah.
You shall also not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or of your father's sister, for such a one has made naked his blood relative. They will bear the guilt. If there is a man who lies with his uncle's wife, that he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness, they will bear the sin. They will die childless. If there is a man who takes his brother's wife, it is abhorrent. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They will be childless. You are therefore to keep all my statutes and my ordinances and do them, so that the land to which I am bringing you to live will not spew you out. Moreover, you shall not follow the customs of the nation which I will drive out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I have abhorred them. Hence I have said to you, you are to possess their land, and I myself will give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who has separated you from the peoples. You are therefore to make a distinction between the clean animal and the unclean, and between the unclean bird and the clean. You shall not make yourselves detestable by animal or by bird or by anything that creeps on the ground, because I have separated you as unclean. Thus you are to be holy to me, for I, the Lord, am holy, and I have set you apart from the peoples to be mine. Now a man or woman who is a medium or a spiritist shall surely be put to death. They shall be stoned with stones. Their blood guiltiness is upon them.
Right. It says, regulation concerning priests. Then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, no one shall defile himself for a dead person among his people, except for his relatives who are nearest to him. His mother, his father, his sons, or his son and his daughter and his brother. Also for his virgin sister, who is near to him because she has had no husband. For her he may defile himself. He shall not defile himself as a relative by marriage among his people, and so profane himself. They shall not make any baldness on their heads, nor shave off the edges of their beards, nor make any cuts in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they present the offerings by fire to the Lord, the food of their God, so they shall be holy. They shall not take a woman who is profaned by harlotry, and nor shall they take a woman divorced from her husband, for he is holy to his God. You shall consecrate him, therefore, for the offers the food of your God. He shall be holy to you. For I, the Lord, who sanctifies you, am holy. Also the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by harlotry, she profanes her father. She shall be burned with fire. The priest who is the highest among his brothers, on whose head the anointing oil has been poured, and who has been consecrated to wear the garments, shall not uncover his head nor tear his clothes. nor shall he approach any dead person, nor defile himself even for his father or mother. Nor shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God. For the consecration of the anointing oil of his God is on him. I am the Lord. He shall take a wife in her virginity, a widow or a divorced woman, or one who profaned by harlotry. These he may not take, but rather he is to marry a virgin of his people, so that he will not profane his offsprings among his people. For I am the Lord who sanctifies him. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, saying, No man of your offspring throughout their generations who has a defect shall approach to offer the food of his God. For no one who has a defect shall approach. A blind man or a lame man, or he who has a disfigured face, or any deformed limb, or a man who has a broken foot or a broken hand, or a hunchback or a dwarf, or one who has a defect in his eye, that's eczema or scabs, eczema or scabs or crushed testicles. No man among the descendants of Aaron the priest who has a defect is to come near the offering, the Lord's offering, or offer the Lord's offering by fire. Since he has a defect, he shall not come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go to the veil or come near the altar, because he has a defect, so he will not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord who sanctifies them. So Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all the sons of Israel.
That's pretty harsh. I'm not going to lie.
I guess you kind of have to send your best men when talking to God.
Yeah.
It's I guess could be symbolism of like, hey, don't send me don't send me your weakest people to talk to me. Send me the people that I've blessed, and not just anybody can come before me and speak to me.
Yeah. He said, don't send me those half-baked retards.
Yeah, don't send me no dwarfs or crushed testicle people.
Yeah, you're sending me the good ones. 100%. I understand it. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Tell Aaron and his sons to be careful with the holy gifts of the sons of Israel, which they dedicate to me, so as not to profane my holy name. I am the Lord. Say to them, if any man among all your descendants throughout your generations approaches the holy gifts which the sons of Israel dedicate to the Lord, while he has an uncleanness, that person shall be cut off from before me. I am the Lord. No man of the descendants of Aaron, who is a leper and who has a discharge, may eat of the holy gifts until he is clean. And if one touches anything made unclean by a corpse, or if a man has a seminal emission, or if a man touches any teeming things by which he is made unclean, or any man by whom he is made unclean, whatever his uncleanness, a person who touches any such shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy gifts unless he has bathed his body in water. When the sun sets, he will be clean, and afterward he shall eat only the holy gifts, for it is his food. He shall not eat an animal which dies or is torn by beast, becoming unclean by it. I am the Lord. They shall therefore keep my charge, so that they will not bear sin because of it, and die thereby because they profane it. I am the Lord who sanctifies them. No layman, however, is to eat the holy gift. A sojourner with the priest of a hired man shall not eat of the holy gift. But if a priest buys a slave as his property with his money, that one may eat of it, and those who are born in his house may eat of his food. If a priest's daughter is married to a layman, she shall not eat of the offering of the gifts. But if the priest's daughter becomes a widow or divorced, and has no child, and returns to her father's house as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's food, but no layman shall eat of it. If a man eats a holy gift unintentionally, then he shall add to it a fifth of it, and shall give a holy gift to the priest. They shall not profane the holy gifts of the sons of Israel which they offer to the Lord, and so cause them to bear punishment for guilt by eating their holy gifts, for I am the Lord who sanctifies them. Flawless animals for sacrifice. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons and all the sons of Israel, and say to them, Any man of the house or of Israel or of the aliens in Israel who presents his offering, whether it's any of their votive or any of their free will offerings, which they present to the Lord for a burnt offering, for you to be accepted, it must be a male without defect from the cattle, the sheep, or the goats. Whatever has a defect you shall not offer, for it will not be accepted for you. When a man offers a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord to fulfill a special vow, or for a free will offering of the herd or of the flock, it must be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no defect in it. And those that are blind or fractured or maimed or having a running sore or eczema or scabs, you shall not offer to the Lord, or make of them an offering by fire on the altar to the Lord. In respect to an ox or a lamb which has an overgrown or stunted member, you may present it for a free will offering, but for a vow it will not be accepted. Also, anything with its testicles bruised or crushed or torn or cut, you shall not offer to the Lord, or sacrifice in your land, nor shall you accept any such from the hand of a foreigner as for offering as the food for your God, for their corruption is in them. They have a defect, they shall not be accepted for you. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When an ox or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall remain 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th day on it shall be accepted as a sacrifice of an offering by fire to the Lord. But whether it is an ox or a sheep, you shall not kill both it and its young in 1 day. When you sacrifice a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Lord, you shall sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It shall be eaten on the same day. You shall leave none of it until morning. I am the Lord. You shall keep my commandments and do them. I am the Lord. You shall not profane my holy name, but I will be sanctified among the sons of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctifies you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord.
It says, laws of religious festivals. The Lord spoke again to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, The Lord's appointed times which you shall proclaim as holy.
Real quick, Corey, real quick. Hornet, what's going on, dude? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry it took me a second to get to you, my man. I was reading through some stuff. Hope you're still here, bro. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Always appreciate you, man. I'm invite only, but if you hit me up on Discord, you know my Discord, I got you. I'll shoot you a link. You're more than welcome to jump up. From what I've heard, Hornet is very well read on Scripture, so he understands this. Anyway, go ahead.
It says, The Lord spoke again to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, The Lord's appointed times which you shall proclaim as holy convocations. My appointed times are these. For 6 days work may be done, but on the 7th day there is a Sabbath of complete rest, a holy convocation. You shall not do any work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the appointed times of the Lord, holy convocation, which you shall proclaim at the times appointed for them. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at twilight, it is the Lord's Passover. Then on the 15th day of the same month, there is a feast of unleavened bread to the Lord. For 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the first day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work. But for the 7 days you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord, and on the 7th day is a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, When you enter the land which I am going to give you and reap its harvest, then you shall bring in the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. He shall wave the sheaf before the Lord for you to be accepted. On the day after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. Now on the day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb 1 year old without defect for a burnt offering to the Lord. Its grain offering shall then be 2/10 of the ephah of the fine flour mixed with oil, an offering by fire to the Lord for a soothing aroma with its drink offering, 1/4 of a hin of wine, gallon, okay, or 1/4 of a gallon, until this same day, until you have brought in the offering of your God. You shall eat neither bread nor roasted grain nor new growth. It is to be a perpetual statute throughout your generations in all of your dwelling places. You shall also count for yourself from the days after the Sabbath, from the day when you brought in the sheaf of the wave offering. There shall be 7 complete Sabbaths. You shall count 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath. Then you shall present a new grain offering to the Lord. You shall bring in from your dwelling places 2 loaves of bread for a wave offering, made of 2/10 of an ephah. They shall be of a fine flour baked with leaven as first fruits to the Lord. Along with the bread you shall present 7 1-year-old male lambs without defect, and a bull of the herd and 2 rams. They are to be a burnt offering to the Lord, with their grain offering and their drink offering, an offering by fire of a soothing aroma to the Lord. You shall also offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 male lambs 1-year-old for a sacrifice of peace offering. The priest shall then wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering with 2 lambs before the Lord. They are to be holy to the Lord for the priest. On the same day you shall make a proclamation as well. You are to have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. It is to be a perpetual statute in all your dwelling places throughout your generation. When you reap the harvest of your land, moreover, you shall not reap to the very corner of your field, nor gather the gleaning of your harvest. You are to leave them for the needy and the alien. I am the Lord your God. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, on the 1st of the morn, you shall have a rest, a reminder by blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work, but you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, On exactly the 10th day of the 7th month is the day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation for you, and you shall humble your souls and present an offering by fire to the Lord. You shall not do any work on this same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonements on your behalf before the Lord your God. If there is any person who will not humble himself on the same day, he shall be cut from his people. As for any person who does any work on the same day, that person I will destroy from among his people. You shall do no work at all. It is to be a perpetual statute throughout your generations in all your dwelling places. It is to be a Sabbath of complete rest to you, and you shall humble your souls. On the 9th of the month at evening, from evening until evening, you shall keep up your Sabbath. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, on the 15th of this 7th month is the feast of Booths, for 7 days to the Lord. On the first day is a holy convocation. You shall not do any laborious work of any kind. For 7 days you shall present an offering by fire to the Lord. And on the 8th day you shall have a holy convocation and present an offering by fire to the Lord. It is an assembly. You shall do no laborious work. These are the anointed times of the Lord, which you shall proclaim as holy convocation, to present offering by fire to the Lord, burnt offerings and grain offerings, sacrifices and drink offerings. Each day matters on its own day, besides those of the Sabbath of the Lord, and besides your gifts, and besides all your votive and free will offerings which you give to the Lord. On exactly the 15th day of the 7th month, when you are gathering in your crops of the land, you shall celebrate the feast of the Lord for 7 days, with a rest on the first day and a rest on the 8th day. Now the first day you shall take yourselves for the foliage of beautiful trees and palm branches and bots of foliage of beautiful trees, bots of leafy trees, and willows of the brook. You shall rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. You shall thus celebrate it as a feast to the Lord for 7 days in the year. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall live in booths for 7 days. All the native born in Israel shall live in booths, so that your generations may know that I had the sons of Israel live in booths when I brought them out from the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So Moses declared to the sons of Israel the appointed times of the Lord. Hang on, lower class. I think you're muted.
Sorry, my bad, dude.
Okay.
So it very much. I understand what people are saying when they say like Leviticus reads as more of like a rule book, right? Where God was coming to the sons of Israel and he was saying, "This is how you're going to live your life. This is what you're going to do. This is what it's going to look like. If you live this way, I will be pleased, for I am the Lord your God. I brought you out of Egypt.
Yep.
Just live this way for me." Right?
Well, with the tediness too, it's kind of like, what are people willing to do to show that they are appreciative for what you've done for them? Are they willing to follow these rules kind of half-assed, or are they willing to take it to the letter of the law? Like, are they willing to go all out to show you, hey, we're so appreciative that we're willing to do all this in your name?
Yeah. Yeah. It's very interesting, dude. God was serious.
Yeah.
He had some serious things he wanted. Like, this is how you're going to live your life. Do this for me. I'm the Lord your God. I brought you out of Egypt. Do this. You know what I mean? All right. The lamp and the bread of the sanctuary. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the sons of Israel so they bring to you clear oil from beaten olives for the light, to make a lamp burn continually. Outside the veil of testimony in the tent of meeting, Aaron shall keep it in order from evening to morning before the Lord continually. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations. He shall keep the lamps in order on the pure gold lampstand before the Lord continually. So on that menorah that was inside the first room of the tabernacle, right? So then you shall take fine flour and bake 12 cakes with it. 2/10 of an ephah shall be in each cake. You shall set them in 2 rows, 6 to a row, on the pure gold table before the Lord. You shall put pure frankincense on each row, that it may be a memorial portion for the bread, even an offering by fire to the Lord. Every Sabbath day he shall set it in order before the Lord continually. It's an everlasting covenant for the sons of Israel. It shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in a holy place, for it is most holy to him from the Lord's offerings by fire, his portion forever. Now the son of an Israelite woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the sons of Israel, and the Israelite woman's son and the man of Israel struggled with each other in the camp. The son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name and cursed. So they brought him to Moses. Now his mother's name was Shelemith, the daughter of Debri of the tribe of Dan. They put him in custody so that the command of the Lord might be made clear to them. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Bring the one who is cursed outside the camp, and let all who heard him lay their hands on his head, and let all the congregation stone him. You shall speak to the sons of Israel, saying, If anyone curses his God, then he will bear his sin. Moreover, the one who blasphemes the name of the Lord shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall certainly stone him. The alien as well as the native, when he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. Whew. Man, thank God for Christ, right? Like, wow. He was a vicious God in the Old Testament. You know what I mean? Like, he sent Jesus to us to die on the cross for us for these exact things. Thank God.
I mean, for real.
If a man takes the life of any human being, he shall surely be put to death. The one who takes the life of an animal shall make it good, life for life. If a man injures his neighbor just as he has done, so it shall be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Just as he has injured a man, so it shall be inflicted onto him. Oh, man. Thus the one who kills an animal shall make it good, but the one who kills a man shall be put to death. There shall be one standard for you. It shall be for the stranger as well as the native, for I am the Lord your God. Then Moses spoke to the sons of Israel, and they brought the one who had cursed outside the camp and stoned him with stones. Thus the sons of Israel did just as the Lord had commanded Moses.
All right. It says, The Lord then spoke to Moses at Mount Sinai, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, When you come into the land which I shall give you, then the land shall have a Sabbath to the Lord. 6 years ago you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyards and gather in its crop. But during the 7th year the land shall have a Sabbath rest, a Sabbath to the Lord. You shall not sow your field nor prune your vineyard. Your harvest aftergrow you shall not reap, and your grapes of untrimmed vines you shall not gather. The land shall have a sabbatical year. All of you shall have the Sabbath products of the land for food. Yourself and your male and your female slaves and your hired man and your foreign residents, those who live as aliens with you. Even your cattle and the animals that are in your land shall have its crops to eat. You are also to count off 7 Sabbaths of years for yourself. 7 times 7 years, so that you have the times of the 7 Sabbaths of years, namely 49 years. You shall then sound a ram's horn abroad on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement you shall sound a horn all throughout your land. You shall thus consecrate the 15th year and proclaim 50th. Yeah, that's what I thought it said, but I don't know why I doubted myself. The 50th year and proclaim a release through the lands to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you, and each of you shall return to his own property, and each of you shall return to his family. You shall have the 50th year as a jubilee. You shall not sow nor reap its aftergrowth, nor gather in from its untrimmed vine. Do you know what jubilee is off the top of your head? Like, what is it supposed
Jubilee
to
is
mean?
like a festival, right?
Okay. Because I noticed there's a debate group that also has their name is Jubilee.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking lefty cunts.
Yeah, I mean, not good debate, but you know. It says on this year of Jubilee, each of you shall return to his own property. If you make a sale, moreover, to your friend or buy from your friend's hand, you shall not wrong one another. Corresponding to the number of years after the Jubilee, you shall buy from your friend. He is to sell to you according to the number of years of crops. In proportion to the extent of years, you shall increase its profit, and in proportion to the... Scroll up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
You good. To the units of the years, you shall diminish its price, for it is a number of crops he is selling to you. So you shall not wrong one another, and you shall fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. You shall thus observe my statutes and keep my judgments, so as to carry them out, that you may live securely on the land. Then the land will yield its produce, so that you can eat your fill and live securely on it. But if you say, what are we going to eat on the 7th year if we do not sow or gather in our crops? Then I will so order my blessing for you in the 6th year, that it will bring forth the crops for 3 years. When you are sowing the 8th year, you can still eat old things from the crop, eating the old until the 9th year when its crops come in. The land, moreover, shall not be sold permanently, for the land is mine. For you are but aliens and sojourners with me. Sojourners. Thus, for every piece of your property, you are to provide for the redemption of the land. If a fellow countryman of yours becomes so poor he has to sell part of his property, then the nearest kinsman is to come and buy back what his relative has sold. Or in case a man has no kinsman, but so recovers this means as to find sufficient for his redemption, then he shall calculate the year since its sale and refund the balance to the man to whom he sold it, and so return to his property. But if he has not found sufficient means to get it back for himself, then what he has sold shall remain in the hands of its purchaser until the year of the Jubilee. But at the Jubilee, it shall revert, that he may return to his property. Likewise, if a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, and then his redemption right remains valid until a full year from its sale. His right of redemption lasts a full year. But if it is not bought back for him within the space of a full year, Then the house that is in the walled city passes permanently to its purchaser throughout his generations. It does not revert in the Jubilee. The houses of the villages, however, which have no surrounding wall, shall be considered as open field. Considered as open fields. They have redemption rights and revert in the Jubilee. As for cities of Levites, the Levites have a permanent right of redemption for the houses of the city which are their possessions. What therefore belongs to the Levites may be redeemed in a house sale in the city of his possessions reverts in the Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of Levites are their possession among the sons of Israel. But pasture fields of the cities shall not be sold, for that is their permanent possession. Now in case a countryman of yours becomes poor and his means with regard to his falter, then you are to sustain him like a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with you. Do not take unserious interest from him, but revere your God, that your countrymen may live with you. You shall not give him your silver at interest, nor your food for grain.
Hold on, can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
This is a direct commandment from God. You shall not give him your silver at interest, nor your food for gain. Okay? Not trying to get mustachy with you here. That is why people kick the Jews out of their country. Okay? I want to be very clear about that. When you give silver at interest, which is currency back then, or food for gain, which is a form of currency back then, that's usury. Usury is the thing that got the Jews kicked out of almost every country they were in. Yep. Aside from the coin clipping, aside from the, child sacrifice stuff. Just want to be very clear about that. Okay? People may look at me like I'm a mustachy kind of guy right now. It is what it is. What's up, Istamy? Welcome in, brother. How you doing, man? How you doing? Did I send you Yeah. That link that I sent you earlier in Discord, bro, that's the one on here if you want to jump into the Bible study, brother. Sorry.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's kind of, I guess this is describing the element that probably most people dislike the Jews for.
That's why they were kicked out, right? Unfortunately, it's just a fact.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not because they just hated Jewish people. It's the fact that, they practice this fucking bullshit that literally puts people in chains. I mean, that's the whole Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, my bad, dude.
Of course. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you land of Canaan and to be your God. If a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard to you that he sells himself to you, you shall not subject him to a slave service. He shall be, and this is an interesting part because it's like, I guess the Old Testament and New Testament are slowly implementing culture change to weed out slavery. Slavery was a little different this time, but you slowly begin the building blocks forming to push against slavery.
Yes.
He shall be with you as a hired man, as if he were a sojourner. He shall serve with you until the year of the Jubilee. He shall then go out from you, he and his sons with you, and shall go back to his family, and that he may return.
Oh, sorry.
You good. He may return to his property of his forefathers. For they are my servants, whom I brought out from the land of Egypt, and they are not to be sold in a slave sale. You shall not rule over him with serenity, but are to revere your God. As for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may acquire men and female slaves from pagan nations that are around you. Then too, it is out of the sons of the sojourner who live as aliens among you that you may gain acquisition, and out of their families who are with you, whom they will have produced in your land, they may also become your possession. You may even bequeath them to your sons after you to receive as a possession. You can use them as permanent slaves, but in respect to your countrymen, the sons of Israel, you shall not rule with serenity over one another. Severity, excuse me, not serenity. Now, if the means of a stranger or a sojourner with you becomes sufficient, and a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regards to him as to sell himself to a stranger who is sojourning with you, and to the descendants of a stranger's family, then he shall have redemption rights after he has been sold. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or one of his blood relatives from his family may redeem him. Or if he, I can't see because of that chat, or if he prospers, he may redeem himself. He then with his purchaser shall calculate from the years when he sold himself to him to the year of the Jubilee, and the price of his sale shall correspond to the number of years. It is like the days of a hired man that he shall be with him. If there are still many years, he shall refund part of his purchase price in proportion to them for his own redemption. If few years remain until the years of Jubilee, he shall so calculate with him in proportion to his years. He is to refund the amount for his redemption. Like a man hired year by year, he shall be with him. He shall not rule over him with severity in your sight. Even if he is not redeemed by these means, he shall still go out in the year of the Jubilee, he and his sons with him. For the sons of Israel are my servants. They are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
So he's straight up just telling them, like, hey, look, here's the deal, okay? If you do have a slave, this is how you're going to treat them. Bottom line.
Yep.
No better, no worse, right?
Because before then, there was no, like, people just treat slaves however they felt about it. And so he's slightly improving the situation, which will ultimately lead to the later foundation where slaves will just be put, I guess, you would disregard slaves because your brethren, especially believers in Christ, there is no slave to master relationship. There's only one master, and that's Jesus Christ.
Yep, 100%. They're going to worship one.
Yep.
All right. Blessings of obedience. You shall not make for yourselves idols, nor shall you set up yourselves an image of a sacred pillar, nor shall you place a figured stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments so as to carry them out, then I shall give you rains in their season, so that the land will yield its produce, and the trees of the field will bear their fruit. Indeed, your threshing will last for you until grape gathering, and grape gathering will last until sowing time. You will thus eat your food to the full and live securely in your land. I shall also grant peace in the land, so that you may lie down with no one making you tremble. I shall also eliminate harmful beasts from the land, and no sword will pass through your land. But you will chase your enemies, and they will fall before you by the sword. 5 of you will chase the 100, and 100 of you will chase 10,000, and your enemies will fall before you by the sword. So I will turn toward you and make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will confirm my covenant with you. You will eat the old supply and clear out the old because of the new. Moreover, I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul will not reject you. I will also walk among you and be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, so that you would not be their slaves, and I broke the bars of your yoke and made you walk erect. But if you do not obey me and do not carry all these commandments, if instead you reject my statutes, and your soul harbors my ordinances so as not to carry out my commandments, and so break my covenant, I in turn will do this to you. I will appoint you over a sudden terror, consumption, and fever that will waste away the eyes and cause the soul to pine away. Also, you will sow your soul uselessly, for your enemies will eat it up. And I will set my face against you so that you will be struck down before your enemies, and those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee when no one is pursuing you. If also after these things you do not obey me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. I will also break down your pride of power, and I will make your sky like iron and your earth like bronze. Your strength will be spent uselessly, for your land will not yield its produce, and the trees of the land will not yield their fruit. If then you act with hostility against me and are unwilling to obey me, I will increase the plague upon you 7 times according to your sins. I will let loose among you the beasts of the field, and I will bereave you of your children and destroy your cattle and reduce your number so that your roads lie deserted. And if by these things you were not turned to me, but act with hostility against me, then I will act with hostility against you, and I, even I, will strike you 7 times for your sins. And I will bring upon you a sword which will execute vengeance for the covenant. And when you gather together in your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into enemy hands. When I break your staff of bread, 10 women will bake your bread in one oven, and they will bring back your bread in rationed amounts, so that you will eat and not be satisfied. Oh, man. Yet if in spite of this you do not obey me, but act with hostility against me, then I will act with wrathful hostility against you, and I, even I, will punish you 7 times for your sins. Further, you will eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters you will eat. Then I then will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and heap your remains on the remains of your idols, for my soul shall abhor you. I will lay waste to your cities as well, and I will make your sanctuaries desolate, and I will not smell your soothing aromas. I will make the land desolate so that you and your enemies... I will make the land desolate so that your enemies who settle in it will be appalled over it. You, however, I will scatter among the nations, and will draw out a sword after you, as your lands become desolate and your cities become waste. Then the
Can we
land
stop right there for a sec?
Yeah.
Okay, so when he says, however, I will scatter among the nations and will draw out a sword after you. Does it sound like that part's already happened? Like if you think of modern history, when Jews were scattered from the nation, from the area in which they lived.
Yeah.
I guess if we're thinking it for more modern times, and so it's kind of some part already happened. And if we think of the reason why, I guess why God says He's going to do this is, when they're not taking His ritual serious.
Yeah.
And so I guess it could be an argument to make that modern day Jews have not been taking, their ritual serious, which resulted in, them being scattered.
They stopped following God, dude.
But you take that with a grain of salt and take it how you will. It just seems to match up with what's happening.
With the course of events, yeah.
Yeah.
Then the land will enjoy its Sabbaths all the days of the desolation. By the way, you know what people say is Islam was spread by the sword.
Yep. Which is ironic because they also too say they come from God.
Yeah. he will act with hostility against you. I will also bring upon you a sword which will execute vengeance for the covenant. And when you gather together in your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into enemy hands. Israel's right in enemy's hands. In the middle of the desert. That's not a bad point, brother.
Yeah.
Then the land will enjoy its Sabbaths all the days of the desolation while you are in enemy's land. Then the land will rest and enjoy its Sabbath. All the days of its desolation will observe the rest which it did not observe on your Sabbaths while you were living on it. As for those of you who may be left, I will also bring weakness into their hearts and the lands of their enemies. The sound of a driven leaf will chase them. And even when no one is pursuing, they will flee as though from the sword, and they will fall. They will therefore stumble over each other as if running from the sword, although no one is pursuing, and you will have no strength to stand up before your enemies. But you will perish among the nations, and your enemy's land will consume you. So those of you who may be left will rot away because of their iniquity in the land of your enemies, and also because of the iniquities of their forefathers, they will rot away with them. If they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their forefathers, in their unfaithfulness which they committed against me, and also in their acting with hostility against me, I was also acting with hostility against them to bring them into the land of their enemies. Or if their uncircumcised heart becomes humbled so that they may make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and I will remember also my covenant with Isaac, and my covenant with Abraham as well, and I will remember the land. For the land will be abandoned by them, and will make up for its Sabbaths while it is made desolate without them. They, meanwhile, will be making amends for their iniquity, because they rejected my ordinances, and their soul abhorred my statutes. Yet in spite of this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them, nor will I so abhor them as to destroy them, breaking my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. But I will remember for them the covenant with their ancestors, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, so that I might be their God. I am the Lord. These are the statutes and ordinances and laws which the Lord established himself and the sons of Israel, between himself and the sons of Israel, through Moses at Mount Sinai. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Last but not least,
The very end of Leviticus. We've arrived.
It wasn't that bad of a journey. I will say it wasn't that bad. Definitely quicker than Genesis.
Yeah, for sure. 3
Again-
episodes. 3
Again,
episodes. Just saying.
and I think we did pretty well in this one.
100%.
It says, again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel, and to say to them, when a man makes a difficult vow, he shall be valued according to your valuation of persons belonging to the Lord. If your valuation of the person, or if your valuation is of the man from 20 years even to 20 years old, then your valuation shall be 50 shekels of silver. After the shekels of the sanctuary, or if it is a female, then your valuation shall be 30 shekels. If it be from 5 years even to 20 years old, then your valuation for the male shall be 20 shekels, and for females 10 shekels. But if they are from a month even up to 5 years old, then your valuation shall be 5 shekels of silver for the male, and for the female your valuation shall be 3 shekels of silver. If they are from 60 years old and upwards, if it is a male, then your valuation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he is poorer than you, your valuation then shall be placed before the priest, and the priest shall value him. According to the means of the one who vowed, the priest shall value him. Now, if it is an animal of kind which men can present as an offering to the Lord, any such that one gives to the Lord shall be holy. He shall not replace it or exchange it, a good for a bad, or even a bad for a good. Or if he does exchange animal for animal, then both it and its substitute shall become holy. If, however, it is any unclean animal of the kind which men do not present as an offering to the Lord, then he shall pick the animal before the priest. The priest shall value it as either good or bad, as you, the priest, value it, so it shall be. But if he should even wish to redeem it, then he shall add 1/5 of it to your valuation. Now, if a man consecrates his house as holy to the Lord, then the priest shall value it as either good or bad. As the priest values it, so it shall stand. Yet if one who consecrates it should wish to redeem his house, then he shall add 1/5 of your valuation to the price, and so it may be his. Again, if a man consecrates to the Lord part of the fields of his property, then your valuation shall be proportionate to the seed needed for it. A homer of barley seed at 50 shekels of silver. If he consecrates his field as of the year of the Jubilee according to your valuation, it shall stand. If he consecrates his field after the Jubilee, however, then the priest shall consecrate or calculate the price for him proportionate to the years that are left until the year of the Jubilee, and it shall be deducted from your valuation. If the one who consecrates it should ever wish to redeem the field, then he shall add 1/5 of your valuation to the price, to it, valuation price to it, so that he may pass to him. Yet if he will not redeem the field, but he sold the field to another man, it may no longer be redeemed. And when it reverts in the Jubilee, the field shall be holy to the Lord, like a field set apart. It shall be for the priest as his property. Or if he consecrates to the Lord a field which he has bought, which is not part of the field of his own property, then the priest shall calculate for him the amount of valuation up to the year of the Jubilee, and he shall on that day give your valuation as holy to the Lord.
Can I stop you real quick?
Yeah.
This sounds like the building blocks of rabbinic Judaism. So the way Jews operate is when they have some form of fiscal dispute, especially in the way that we're doing, we're talking about things right here in this context, what they do is they go to the rabbi, to Jews, right?
Yeah.
So I have an issue. I feel like I got screwed over by another Jew. I'm not going to sue them in an American court of law. Me and this person are going to stand before a rabbi, and we're going to go, Rabbi, I feel like I got screwed over in this deal.
Yeah.
So the rabbi is going to look at the situation, and the rabbi is going to determine, was this correct? Was this wrong? What is the deal here? They're going to make the final call on everything.
Yep.
So what it sounds like is when they're talking about priests here, they're talking about rabbis and the way that they discern everything, essentially.
Yep.
Anyway, go ahead.
In the year of the Jubilee, the field shall return to the one from whom he bought it, and to whom the possession of the land belongs. Every valuation of yours, moreover, shall be after the shekel of the sanctuary. The shekel shall be 20 gerah. However, a firstborn animal or among animals, which as a firstborn belongs to the Lord. No man may consecrate it, whether ox or sheep, it is the Lord's. But if it is among the unclean animals, then he shall redeem it. According to your evaluation, add it to the 1/5 of it. And if it If it is not redeemed, then he shall be sold according to your evaluation. Nevertheless, anything which a man sets apart to the Lord out of all that he has, of man or animal or of the field of his own property, shall not be sold or redeemed. Anything devoted to destruction is most holy to the Lord. No one who may have been set apart among men shall be ransomed. He shall surely be put to death. Thus all the tithe of the land, or the tithe of the land, of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the land, or the tree, is the Lord. It is holy to the Lord. If therefore a man wishes to redeem part of his tithe, he shall add it to 1/5 of it. For every 10th part of herd or flock, whatever passes under the rod, the 10th one shall be holy to the Lord. He is not. It is quite interesting.
Yeah.
He is not.
Concept of tithing comes from is what I'm gathering from that. Like the 10%, right? Whatever you make, you take 10% of that and you put that in the basket. That's what a lot of churches do that today, where they go like, "This is what the tithing process is." Just interesting little tidbit.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Well, it's interesting because banks they love so now when you give them money to hold on to, they're allowed to lend out 9/10 of that, and they keep 1%, I guess, within the bank. And it's like I forget the term for it, but it's like so anytime you give them your money, they're legally allowed to give out 9/10 of that money, and they're only required to keep that 1/10 inside the bank.
Really?
Yeah, I'll look up the term, and I think it's like fractional reserve currency or like fractional currency or something like that. It's like a weird policy that they've taken up in the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years. And then he is not to be concerned whether it is good or bad, nor shall he exchange it. Or if he does exchange it, then both it and its substitute shall become holy. It shall not be redeemed. These are commandments which the Lord commanded Moses for the sons of the Israel at Mount Sinai.
There it is, gentlemen. We're in Numbers, baby. We have arrived to Numbers. We're here. We've done it. That's 3 chapters, guys. We're 3 chapters into the Bible now. Now, granted, as you can see, there's a lot more than 3 chapters.
Mr. Fista posted, it's fractional reserve banking. It's a weird little concept that a lot of people talk about.
Do not redeem the cards. Yeah, man, that's such a legendary video, man. You know, that was I forget who jumped in, but was telling me about scam baiting, or maybe they didn't jump in here, but I was talking to him on a different panel. Anyway,
yeah, I think it was on here. I think wasn't that a few days ago?
Yeah. The scam baiting guy, and it was really good talking to him because I don't know if you've ever seen that, Corey, the Do Not Redeem video.
No, I have not.
Oh, bro, hold on. All right, wait, I gotta show you this. It's long, okay? It's long, but it's a guy called Kit Boga, and he's a scam baiter. All right. If you guys haven't seen this, so what this guy does is he baits. Yes. He baits scammers, people that call old people, and like essentially like rob them of money, but just in like a sleazy way instead of like actually taking their money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So here's guys, I'm going to post this link in the video. I'm a big fan of guys like this. This is the video that Mr. Fista was referring to, right? And this is the whole thing. It's like an hour and a half long, but you can listen to the entire thing, and it feels like it goes by in 20 minutes. Because what he does is he has a voice changer, and he changes his voice to like an old lady voice, and he acts really stupid technologically. So like one of the things they do is they utilize, like, it's either Microsoft Teams or TeamViewer, which gives somebody else access to your computer if you download it and then like add them to the thing or whatever. So what he does is he has like a second computer that has nothing on it with a bunch of like fake websites, and then he'll give them access to the computer, and then exactly. So he like gives them access, and then he says some shit like, well, I just unplugged the computer, right? So from their eyes, that's a deal breaker, because they need the computer to be open for them to scam people. And then he says like, well, I'm just breaking the computer right now. Give me just a second. You know, all this kind of shit, you know, like, and it drives them fucking insane. But yeah, the 2-minute clip is the juiciest part, because that's where what he does is he has a fake Google Play website set up to where when he types in the like 16-digit number code or whatever, it'll act as though he redeemed a card. So he has them looking at his computer and blocks their access from them being able to actually do stuff. And then he starts punching in the cards, the like $6,000 of cards or whatever that he went to Target to go get, right? And he starts punching in all the fake numbers and redeeming stuff while they're watching. And these guys have spent like 10 plus hours talking to him on the phone, trying to get him to get these cards and give them the numbers. Hilarious, bro. I definitely recommend it. It is beautiful to listen to these pieces of shit who, mind you, they make their money stealing people's money. Okay. Yep. And it is just glorious listening to them like spurg the fuck out, because all the work they've put in and all the convincing that they've done is all for literally nothing. But yes,
I think
gentlemen, we're on numbers. We are on numbers. Here it is, boys. The 4th book of the Old Testament. What were you saying, Corey? Sorry, bro.
I was going to say, I think I've seen an occasional video from them, because I remember a guy talking as an old lady, and I remember him like redeeming cards and then them spazzing on him because he's like purchasing like whatever he wants from it, and they're in the background like spazzing out because they wanted him to transfer the money from the cards to them.
Right. Exactly. All right. So it doesn't look like. Wait. All right. So Sarah's live right now. They've been live for about an hour. So here's what I'm going to do. Gentlemen, I'm going to spam the link to this debate. The debate's still going on. I just saw it, right? Please, let's go raid Sarah. Let's go into this debate. Give her some love. Show Sarah some love. She's good people, man. Tomorrow night, she gave me permission to live stream her live stream. So I'm going to have this up while she's live streaming. She's very gracious to do that. Base Tweaker is going to be debating tomorrow night. So this is something where I want to give some feedback. I want to talk about, like, you know, what kind of avenues he's going down while he's debating. It's going to be really interesting, but we're going to do it live tomorrow, guys. And Sarah has given permission. So please, if you can, let's go over there, show her some love. It's going to be a good night. Yes, Damie, I'm going to go grab some food, but I'm going to keep the debate up. So if you guys can, please jump into Sarah's debate, show her some love. Just say hey. If you haven't subbed, please sub. She's a legend. Y'all are legends, though. You want to know the real legends, guys? Y'all are the real legends.
Lower
Thank you.
class.
What's going
Lower
on?
class. I was gonna say lower class is a real legend.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. That means a lot, bro. Thank you. But you're the real legend, Corey.
Hey,
Just so you know.
I do. I try my best. It's all God. It's not me.
What more can you do, bro? You can't do much more. Are we not, men? Good to see you, man. Damn, I'm just jumping out right now. I wish you would have come in earlier. I get it. You probably had something to do. You might have had to sleep because Jess was up pretty fucking late today for Australian time, which, you know, that doesn't exist, but it's,
Yeah.
I think it's just a time zone. It's not actually like a landmass, right? Anyway, just kidding. Are we not, man? Shit, yeah. Good to see you, bro. Hey, we're Are we not, men? We're jumping over into Sarah. She's got a debate going right now. I'm gonna Gatorade her. So let's all go over there, guys. We're gonna show Sarah some love. Thank you guys very much, Corey. It's always a pleasure seeing
Of
you, my
course.
dude.
God
Thank
bless.
God bless you, man. I'm grateful to have you as part of this channel because you're not just a guest. You are part of this channel. I hope you realize that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
I appreciate you, brother. Gentlemen, I'm getting some food. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great day, okay? Thank you. Peace!